room at the Riverside Adult School, and of course is open to the public. Today, the format's a little bit different because obviously it's an agendized board meeting, but it's more workshop style, so we just have one agenda item this evening. But we will, Dr. Tweed, do we have a quorum? Can you confirm that, please?
We do.
Thank you, sir. All right, next we'll start our meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance, and one of our student board members, Daniel Capacete from Arlington High School, will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Board Member Capacete. Appreciate you doing that. All right, so we will move on to public input. So at this time, members of the public may provide comments on any items of business to be transacted by the board that are not already listed on this evening's agenda. The board is limited in the responses that we may wish to offer on these topics because they have not been agendized, yet we can ask clarifying questions. We did not have any public comments submitted through our electronic communication submission form. So again, if you wish to address the board on items not on the agenda today, please get a card to a staff member and we'll go through them in order. Dr. Tweed, do we have anything? Okay. Sandy R.
Works.
Yep. We can hear you.
You can hear me?
Yep.
Okay, great. So basically, the meeting was changed from the normal 5:30. Makes it very hard to get the public here. We were told that this meeting was to increase discussion regarding the facilities plans, and I don't see how you can increase discussion when you move the meeting up so that less people can make it. I mean, I was flying to get here. And then when I looked at the agenda and I see that I can only speak on public comment, I can only speak on your board member comments, and then I can only speak once before you even have your discussions. We should be able to, as a public, speak after your discussion points. And I think that that's a problem that you don't have that option with this agenda. Because how can we say what we think based on not having seen the presentations yet? So it's very problematic, and I would hope that one of you, two of you, three of you would make a motion to add public comment at your discussion points. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. R. And actually, the members of the public will have an opportunity after the study session to make comments. It's in the agenda. All right, the second one from Ricardo Guerrero. This is our last public comment, I think, for items, yeah. That's okay. Welcome. Just a reminder, you have 3 minutes, sir.
3 minutes. Good evening, everybody. My name is Ricardo Guerrero. I am a district representative for the Office of Senator Montes. I'm actually here to announce our program that's Senator called the Young Legislators Program. They can get high school students, grade 11 and 12th grade. We are going to start applications already 5 o'clock. The point of the come in understanding of legislative process and strengthening communication, public policy skills, civic responsibilities, and care. There are a few ways to apply. I do have flyers that I can ask questions, but basically the flyer does have a barcode. Oh, sorry, I am sorry. There is a barcode for you to apply, or you can go onto our website, which is sd331@senate.ca.gov. If not, like I said, there's a barcode for you to apply. And basically, we'll be looking at I believe, beginning month, not on my notes, but I am here. How much?
Thank you, Mr. Guerrero. That'll conclude public input on items not on the agenda. So we'll move on to governance team comments. Let's start with our superintendent, Dr. Llamas.
Okay, perfect. Good evening, everybody. This is now my third board meeting, and I just want to extend a huge congratulations to all of our schools for just a great consecutive, now 6 weeks through my superintendency, and everything has been very fluid, and an extension to my appreciation to Cabinet for their efforts over the summer and really kicking a really strong first start of the school year. And to our students, just the energy that you've brought over the last several weeks, just thank you for all that you're doing. And to our parents and guardians at home and community, thank you for the ongoing support of our schools. And really looking forward to today's discussion, and thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Llamas. Ms. Vickers.
This on?
Yep.
Perfect. Just want to say welcome back to school, and I want to announce that I've been asked by the California School Board Association to validate the Golden Bell Awards for our neighboring district. So I think that's going to be a really cool opportunity to see what other districts around us are doing, maybe get some insight into what they're looking for so it can kind of bring it back to us. I don't know if this is the appropriate time, but I would actually like to make a motion for public comment to be added to the discussion points of our presentation, just because I can tell this is a really heavy presentation, and I think it would be very beneficial for all of us to kind of group things into chunks. At least that's how I chunk it. I would like to make that motion.
The public comments is coming after we have our discussion on study session. Is that what you're asking?
In our presentation, there are multiple discussion points where we would stop, kind of like chunking, right? Chunking as in we talk about the long-range facilities, and we go into the Ophelia Valdez-Jaeger, boundaries, then we go into STEM, then we go into High Grove. I view this as in different aspects, and I do think it would be beneficial for our public to be able to comment at each one, rather than have 3 minutes to comment on the whole 55-slide presentation at the end of the probably a couple hours worth of presentation.
Okay. Why don't we take that motion? We'll see if there's a second after we go through governance.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
All right. Mr. Kinnear, any comments this evening?
I have no comments on media agenda. Let's get right to the agenda.
Sounds good. Dr. Tweed? Thank you, Dr. Tweed. Dr. Hernandez-Alexander?
I am reserving my comments for the agenda.
All right, I'll do the same. So that concludes governance team comments. So before we get into the study session, sorry, Ms. Salas. Do you have any comments for us this evening? Please, I apologize.
It's okay. Can anyone hear me?
Yep.
Okay. First of all, I would also obviously like to congratulate all of our RUSD because so far from what I've seen, it's been a really smooth start. I'd like to comment that Arlington had its first successful Maroon and Gold Week this week, which is fun because it was our first time doing so. It's just kind of an opportunity for all of the extracurriculars and programs to showcase themselves, but also do some activities so that we can build the campus culture. And I would also like to say that I'm really, really excited today because I just came back from Liberty. I'm a TA there, and I would like to give my thanks to everyone who helped develop the EDU1 program for our USC in conjunction with RCC, because it's really, really beneficial to students who are looking to do some teacher preparation. So, yeah.
Excellent. Thank you. Thanks for that update. I appreciate that. And my apologies again for skipping you. So that will conclude governance team comments. There is one member of the public that wishes to comment on our comments. Sandy R.
since the agenda was kind of
confusing as to how it was going to be structured. Really, I just wanted to bring you all a copy and hand it out to the public. That's all I wanted to the board and to the members of what you put out to the community as far as Measure O. Something so that you can keep in mind as we do this facility plan.
All right, thank you. All right, so we do have one motion to adjust the agenda. Just a reminder, it's a study session today, so we're not making any decisions, just providing input, having a discussion. But is there a second to Ms. Vickers' motion?
I'll second Ms. Vickers' motion for the purpose of discussion.
Okay, so why don't we do that discussion since there is a second? How would we propose chunking that out since they're not separate agenda items?
So if I'm going through this presentation, there are multiple points where I believe they want us to have at least our board discussion, and I think that is to kind of keep us all on the same page. And I do believe that the public, so here we have a discussion point. I think it would be beneficial from us and more to help us. I know we're not taking action tonight, but it would be beneficial to hear from the public as well. So then also, if somebody is here for our first topic, which is just general long-range plan, and they want to speak to us, they can speak at that point, instead of waiting until the very end of the presentation. And then it would also give the public the chance to have meaningful comments and meaningful input at each one of these points, instead of trying to shove it into 3 minutes at the end.
So your proposal is we'll pause at each discussion point after the staff has given their slide presentation, then pause, let the public speak, then have our discussion on it?
Yes, I think that would help inform us better.
So then the public would, so just to make sure we're clear, the public would not speak until, wouldn't have the chance to comment on our comments, like we normally do during a meeting? That's how you want to do it? Like we normally do, is that how you want to do it?
I don't know if we would, if we can do that.
It's your motion. I think you can do it how you propose, and we'll take a vote.
I definitely just think that the public needs to have more meaningful chance to have this discussion, to be a true workshop, so that we can hear from them throughout multiple points.
Okay, so there's just for clarity, Mr. Kinnear, there's a motion to kind of break up the study session into a variety of discussion points when the slides present themselves for discussion. We'll pause, open it up for public input, let the public provide input after the staff has given their input, close public comment, then the board would comment on that. You still want to second that? And then I'm going to ask you a question. Yeah, I'll defer to you.
I second that.
Okay.
And I have a couple of comments. I thought about it, and I weighed in two different ways.
Sorry.
I'm
No one's speaking in the mic, so we can't hear it. I'm so sorry.
Sorry about that. I thought I hit the button. When I weighed in on that thought, and I had that thought myself, I had two distinct viewpoints. One was this is a workshop, and there's a lot for me to learn on this workshop, and I really want to learn from my colleagues' dialogue. And the purpose of a workshop is to get that. And I thought in the format that we set up that I would have more of an opportunity for that, because the meeting won't be so long. On the other hand, I understand what Ms. Vickers is saying, that we're not going to hear public comment about all these things. The public's going to have 3 minutes to address all these areas that we're talking about individually. I just didn't think that was the right way to go. But I do say that I had mixed thoughts and mixed feelings about it. But now that Ms. Vickers brought it up, if it becomes a long night, it becomes a long night. Let's go for it and hear public dialogue as we address each one of these issues.
All right. So we have a motion and a second, but I'm going to defer to unofficial parliamentarian on these Brown Act matters.
It's my understanding, and I will check further, but you have an agendized, publicly released agenda that is clear. You have the ability to adjust that agenda so that you can move public comment to a different place. I will have to check, and I'm not sure that you can add to the agenda.
Okay.
So I will check further on that, but if you would like to move it from one place to another, you've done that in the past. You make a motion, second, vote on changing the order of the agenda. You've done that multiple times in the past. As you know, we have to publicize to the public in advance what's going to occur at the
Right.
meeting, and that has already gone out to the public. So things might be different if you had 5 opportunities to speak to the board versus the one that was agendized.
All right, well,
And I will seek guidance
why
on that.
don't you, why don't you work on that, and then, I guess we can vote, and it doesn't pass, then we don't have to worry about it, but, all right, so we do have a motion and a second. This agenda was published earlier, so I understand maybe this was just thought of, but I wish you would have brought that sooner so we could have adjusted it before we brought it up.
I actually had sent an email when the agenda first went out to the superintendent, and I believe she was going to speak to you about this.
I don't recall getting anything, so I apologize for that, but thank you for that clarification. All right, we do have a motion and a second. We don't have our voting, so we'll just, do you have anything, Dr. Tweed or
I'm not
Dr.
clear.
Noemi?
Are we allowed to do this, and are we vote on it and then do it whether we're allowed to or not, or is it, because what we're talking about is creating basically 5 new agenda items, or are we just going to casually invite the public to discuss with us during this one agenda item?
That's a good point. I'm not comfortable voting until we hear from the parliamentarian whether or
All
not
right,
we
why
can do
don't
that.
we take a 5-minute recess?
with legal counsel, and it was agendized, it was published. The recommendation is it's not best practice. There is a risk of a challenge. Although it may be remote, there is a risk that the board should be aware of. If it's the decision of the board to add, it's with that knowledge.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Walker. Okay, so I think with that, Ms. Vickers, do you still want to make your motion?
Yes.
And can you clearly state your motion?
The motion is to add public comment to each of the discussion points that we have throughout this presentation.
After the conclusion of the staff presentation?
Yes, after the conclusion of the staff presentation.
And then close public input and then open discussion with the board, like we
Yes.
normally do? Okay. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
All right, so we have a motion by Ms. Vickers and a second by Mr. Kinnear. We'll do a roll call vote. Ms. Vickers?
Yes.
Dr. Tweed?
No.
Dr. Hernandez-Alexander?
No.
Mr. Kinnear?
Yes.
And I vote no. Oh, sorry. I'm going to get better at this. Ms. Salas?
Am I allowed to state the reason, or just yes or no?
You can do both.
Okay. Because of the risks, I would say no.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Salas. All right, so that motion does not pass. So we'll proceed with the agenda as prescribed. So we'll open it up for the study session. This evening, we're going to begin our workshop on the district-wide 2025 Long-Range Facility Master Plan with a focus on school optimization options for the following sites: the Ophelia Valdez Yeager Eastside Elementary School, High Growth 2 Elementary School, Fremont Elementary School, Patricia Beatty Elementary School, Riverside STEM Academy, and Mark Twain Elementary School. The purpose of this session is to provide our board with an opportunity to engage in thoughtful discussion surrounding the long-range facility master plan and the potential optimization strategies before us. This is a single comprehensive presentation, and as such, public comments will be taken at the conclusion of the presentation. All right, so I think Mr. Williams is who's gonna start this presentation? Mr. Williams, take it away, sir.
Good evening. Make sure I get this. Okay. Good evening, President Lee, Superintendent Yamas, and esteemed members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to gather in a workshop-style presentation for this evening. The goal this evening is to create a meaningful dialogue which will guide staff as we refine the long-range facilities plan update and shape the future of RUSD's capital facilities program. We'll begin by exploring a draft approach to the prioritization of the draft long-range facilities plan, and later transition to several campus-specific topics where your insight and direction are critical. Likewise, we will also discuss impacts significant to decisions such as the purchase of a new district office, building of new neighborhood schools, and potentially adjustment in boundaries. These decisions will not only meet today's needs, but will guide our facilities for generations to come. As John Dewey said, what the best and wisest parents want for their children, that must be what we, the community, wants for all of its children. And we eagerly support the board in taking these important steps toward creating the best possible facilities for our children. So to frame our thinking for this evening, guiding questions are provided for your review and consideration. We know that you have had these before and hope that you had an opportunity to take a look at them, but we will pause for a moment to reflect on these questions, and then you will have an opportunity as a board to share if you have any thoughts about these questions and how they may shape your conversation for this evening. with those questions in mind, let's move forward with our 2016 General Board Priorities for Measure O. And before we move forward, let's recall what we have accomplished a tremendous amount with the Measure O bond. But also we should consider that we have much more to do. The learning from these past experiences will continually improve how we communicate our priorities and plan to the community. Since 2016, we've improved student safety, security systems, repaired or replaced outdated classrooms, added school buildings, updated our CTE learning environments, improved access for students with disabilities, retrofitted schools to enhance earthquake safety, updated instructional technology to modern standards in key instructional areas. As mentioned previously, during our planning conversations with the community, campus faculty, and administrators, 4 primary goals or conceptual pillars emerged. And those are leverage funding opportunities, replace portables where appropriate, implement renovations and infrastructure replacement, and provide campus equity. The long-range facilities plan process began with in-depth research, conducting analysis of that research, synthesizing the research and gathering from the data and school community comments. And now we are embarking on the converting of this material into a workable plan to be referred to as a final deliverable tool. In our last presentation on the long-range facilities plan, we demonstrated diagrammatically how the intersection of student, staff, faculty, and parent interests are consolidated. During the process, each campus identified their 3 top priorities on which to focus, and draft copies of this were provided for you in an enlarged format for the workshop. Details with each of the long-range facilities plan pillars is more clearly defined in this chart. As previously mentioned, we know that this is still a work in progress. For example, under capital campus equity, the pillar number 4 in purple, we plan to include the extended learning program, also known as EXLP, for all schools. And as we know, there are several areas that their infrastructure has not been implemented at different schools. And so that would be one example of where this is a work in progress that will be added. Now, essentially, pillar number 1, leverage, is the opportunity to capture funding from the state. Oh, sorry. Sorry, it's okay. And so any opportunity to capture state funding to maximize and leverage our funding here at home. Replacing portables is self-explanatory, and we'll go into a little bit more depth as far as the calculation for that. Obviously, renovation and infrastructure is all about structural systems and site infrastructure. Campus equity, as we mentioned before, deals with a variety of different needs that other campuses may lack relative to their peers. From each pillar, a prioritization matrix was created. You see a little snippet of these here. Each of these 4 prioritization matrices were combined into an overall matrix called the draft prioritization score sheet. And so that's how they were normalized into one document. And again, enlarged copies are provided for your use during the meeting. The rubric detail for the first pillar is shown here. And so what we're going to do is we'll go through a little bit more depth of how the scoring actually works behind the scenes of the matrix itself. So key factors are identifying funding for the state based on the age of the campus, the last time the school was modernized or received state funding, and whether the CTE or seismic special applications have been submitted and or approved for specific projects. Another consideration is that 1 point is currently given to eligibility between 2026 and 2031. However, the board, for example, might choose to extend that timeline to 10 years instead of 5 years. So there's some flexibility in how the rubric is actually calibrated. The rubric detail for the second pillar is shown here, and that's related to portable classrooms. The portables are not a one-for-one point schedule, but relative to the portables themselves are a percentage of the overall learning stations at the school. And so it's a percentage of the overall. So if your school is 50% portable, you would have a higher ratio than a school that actually may have 100 classrooms and the same number of portables. So it's relative based on the number and the percentage of overall portables. Key factors here to consider is the formula does not include age of the portable classrooms. And we believe that adjusting this to include the age would be meaningful in determining the greatest need for campuses. Another example as we've explored this process is that the EOC, for example, in this pillar came out to be on top. But the EOC was designed for permanent foundations and as a permanent portable configuration and is in good repair. And as such, we may want to consider disregarding the EOC assessment. While it is portables, it is not applicable to this need and it shouldn't fall at the top of this pillar's list. Rubric number 3 is shown here. Key elements here are to continue working closely with our M&O department for changes in equipment status and other changes that come up that are maybe unforeseen at this time. Likewise, the long-range facilities plan site diagrams. On the long-range diagrams, there is an indication of light, moderate, or heavy modernization. These levels of work include a variety of different descriptions, but in general, light modernization would include carpeting, painting, HVAC, and other minimal adjustments, usually for schools that have been modernized just for the first time. For the medium category of improvements, we actually would include all of the lighter elements, including some building envelope improvements, and then also go deeper into doors, windows, and roofing as far as the improvements are concerned. Heavy modernization would include more major reconfigurations or renovations of this space that align with our education specifications. So in particular, things such as our single point of entry reconfigurations would be a good example of that. So this pillar was weighted, as we see here, based on these significant elements. And many of these systems are concealed within the school, so they don't necessarily show on the surface, but they are essential to school success. Some of these systems are things such as gas lines, water pipes, storm drains, sewer systems, as well as electrical and technical infrastructure. The rubric for the fourth pillar is shown here. And as it describes the fact that there are some areas in the district where some facilities are lacking. Key elements of this pillar include examples where campuses do not have adequate TK restroom infrastructure for diapering, for example. Schools now receive students as young as 3 years, 11 months old, who are not fully potty trained. And while some of these campuses have adequate facilities, others are not on par. At the board's direction, the pillar would seek to ensure all campuses have sufficient facilities improvements to serve the needs of students and faculty. Another example may be the extended learning program, as we cited earlier, whose facilities may not have been implemented at campuses district-wide. Lastly, one lone comprehensive middle school is the only one within the district that does not have a gymnasium relative to its peers. The long-range facilities plan research indicated that by adding a gym to this lone middle school, significant instructional opportunities would become available. And so that might be something that would be considered within this pillar as well. If we could move to discussion. So this is where we are with the long-range facilities plan. I know we've given samples to the board for review, but we're open for comments and thoughts on how we can make improvements and how we can move things forward from here.
All right, thank you, Assistant Superintendent Williams. I'll open up to my colleagues for discussion. We'll start with Student Board Member Salas. If you're not ready, I can come back to you, but I'm not going to forget you this time. You want me to give you a minute? Okay, I will. Ms. Vickers?
I appreciate how this is laid out. I was wondering how we're doing with this leveraging funding. I feel like that's the best way. If we can get the state to leverage funding with us to help with some of these things so that we're not absorbing the entire burden. And then another question I did have on portables. What are the age of the portables in our district? Do we have a list of certain schools that have the older ones, or how does that work to see, how long should we have a portable? What is there, the current age limit on that? I think Pillar 3 is good. I really like the idea of working on the entry and infrastructure. Pillar 4, I think is interesting. I didn't know we have kids as young as 3 years old that are coming to our schools, so we should have good spaces for that. It does seem that we are lumping a lot of stuff into Pillar 4, and I don't know if there's a way to break that out anymore, distinct. But overall, I think the plan does make sense. Thank you.
Mr. Williams, do you want to take those one at a time?
I beg your pardon?
Do you want to take some of those questions one at a time?
Absolutely. We would agree that funding is a key piece. It's obviously not the highest priority, but capital facilities, as you all know, are very expensive, and so funding is certainly the lifeblood of getting some of these projects done. So we're doing everything that we can to pursue funding. Age of portables, excellent question. We do have a list, and that was what I was trying to refer to as I was speaking earlier, is that we need to do a better job of incorporating that in the equation to be able to identify that as well. So we identified the EOC example as one that probably, even though on the initial matrix it came out on top, it wouldn't be well suited for that application. So we'll make that adjustment as well. Infrastructure, I mean, this, Mr. Precy is doing yeoman's work, doing a terrific job, making sure our systems are working. But there's a lot of things that are concealed, and so those kind of come up while we do other modernization projects, and we try to wrap those up all into one project at the same time for better economies of scale. Breaking out item number 4, we can try to do that more effectively, and maybe doing it by either by school or by different system or building type. I'm sorry, I thought it was, yes. Okay. I will try to kiss the mic. But I will, for those of us who are not used to using the mic, it's not completely comfortable. So,
I think, Mr. Williams, it might be slightly more comfortable if you take it out of that stand. And then you can put it closer to your mouth.
Is that better? Okay. All right. I kind of lost my training wheels, so I really kind of like that. But as far as the breakout, yeah, absolutely, we can do a much better job as far as isolating those. And then that way you can actually differentiate between different things that are a high priority or may actually come off the list altogether. So.
Did that answer all the questions you had with that? Okay, great. Dr. Hernandez-Alexander.
Sorry. We're all getting accustomed to this new microphone situation, so we're going to make it work. I do have a question about the portables and the EOC. Can you explain that a little bit more, how EOC doesn't qualify for the portable pillar?
Well, on our initial pass, it did, and it ranked number 1 for portable replacement. But for those of us who are familiar with the EOC, and I'm sure you are, the campus was intended to be all portables. It was built on permanent foundations, so it doesn't have the same application as some work that we recently did at High Grove, for example. So High Grove, we're actually on asphalt, and the foundations had deteriorated so significantly that M&O and facilities actually had to do a significant amount of work just to get them functional and repaired. So EOC, because it's a different animal, really would not necessarily fall into the suit where we need to start looking at that school for portable replacement, because their portables are really in good shape. And that's where I think we take another pass through that portable assessment to be able to maybe put some asterisks on certain elements to be able to discount those that say we don't need to replace that school.
Perfect, thank you.
Mr. Kinnear? I'll just take turns rotating through us each time, if that's okay. And then if you guys want to come back and have additional things to add, just raise your hand and let me know.
Thanks, Mr. Lee. I do think it's a good idea if we ask a question, let's just let Mr. Williams answer it, so that we can easily keep track of the responses. You know, I think it's great work. It's a comprehensive document, no doubt about that. It's monumental. I think it's a critical task that needs to be done. Although I think it's a lengthy report, which we would all agree, it's thorough, and but I appreciate the fact that you recognize that this long-range facilities plan is a work in progress. It's far from being done, and that doesn't mean it's a bad document. I think you've done a great job with the document. It just means that we have a lot of work to be done. A really important step, and I've already communicated this to you, but I want to make sure that my colleagues and others learn it. To my knowledge, a step we haven't taken yet is for job-alike teams to work together to review and discuss district specifications, standards, and individual campus needs and priorities. We're far better as an organization, and I know we all agree with this, we're far better as an organization when we collaborate with each other. I haven't heard the collaboration between principals, between department chair, between teachers. That collaboration, I think, is an important next step. And here's an example showing how a team would shed significant light on my ability as a board member to understand and provide background to help me make a better decision. There's a category that's titled MPR and food service improvements. Arlington needs $30 million. Ramona needs $21 million. And the other three comprehensive high schools require $7 million each, or even much less than $7 million. Hearing the results of that collaboration between principals will shed significant light on conclusions that I might make as to the value of those needs. Another example is the category of elective spaces and performing arts. I've been in all of our theaters, as most of you have. I've been in our band rooms, and I've been in many of our elective spaces. 2 high schools need over $50 million. 1 needs $40 million, and 2 need less than $25 million. It would be of great help to me to hear the results of those collaborative discussions between principals, between VAPA teachers, between elective teachers. Their collaboration will help me with understanding the significant differences that those dollar amounts imply. Will there be, so my question, that was a long talk. My question, will there be a time when job-alike teams across schools can share their thoughts and priorities? And then my follow-up question is, when or how might that occur, and how might those discussions get shared with our board?
Terrific question. Yes, absolutely. We'll work with our instructional division, and Dr. Sosa's been a great thought partner on this process, and they continue to be. But to your comment specifically about having the Java-like systems where theaters or principals, different ADs, for example, would actually all sit in the same room at comprehensive high schools or at the middle school level and do cross comparison to say, this is what I was asking for. We want to make sure that those checks and double checks are happening. And that way we're ensuring that nobody misses something or something that maybe is more than appropriate, maybe it's even taken off the list. And so it gives us an opportunity for right-sizing the list at that point. And so when we can do that, that'll be based on when we can actually schedule those things. And as I sit here today, I couldn't tell you how quickly we can get that done, but we'll bring back a report to the board in writing as far as when we can get this done and when the planned completion date would be.
Thanks, Mr. Williams. I really do think that that's a critical next step for the board, and I wasn't really asking for a date of when that would be done, but I am saying that it's important for me as a board member to hear the results of those conversations before we consider other steps or make decisions or actions.
Mr. Kinnear, before you ask your next question, can you tell me a little bit more like how you envision these next steps in your brain? Like what does that room look like, for example?
I envision our high school principals having a meeting about the long-range facilities plan and reviewing what's in each other's plans and to discuss that and how they compare to those education specifications. Okay. I think the same would be true with elementary principals and middle school principals. I'm certain that if I was the principal of Miller Middle School, that I'd be talking about a gymnasium that I don't have, and that being an education specification for middle schools, and I would elicit the support of my colleagues in regard to that being a priority. I see the same thing happening with VAPA people. VAPA people already have strong teams, as we all know, that band teachers talk with each other all the time. There's an element in the facilities plan that addresses VAPA needs. They should be talking to each other about what they have in their own individual plans. That would be true with CTE, on and on and on. Yeah. So it's a hard next step.
Yeah. Okay, that helps me. Thank you. About this? Go ahead.
Is that something that principals provide on a yearly basis with their strategic plans every year, Dr. Sosa? Is there an option in their yearly plans to mention facility needs and priorities for facilities at their sites?
Not typically, not in their school plan. The school plan is more focused on the instructional needs of their facilities would be done through maybe the process that Mr. Kinnear described.
Okay. I was just wondering if there was data that we can pull from that. Okay. And then you both used a term that I'm not familiar with, job-like or something like, what is that?
That's band directors at our high schools meeting together because they have similar needs, et cetera, et cetera. Counselors, it might be athletic directors.
Or they might need to use the same similar facilities. Okay, thank you.
So you're saying like in that sense, it's like the band where one school is asking for 40 or 50 and another school is saying that it's 20. Find out why is there such a big difference? What did you need that cost 50 and what did I need that only cost 20?
Exactly.
Yeah, makes sense.
And I don't mean it in a negative kind of way. I mean it in a positive team-building culture.
Well, I recall from when they put this 2016 long-range facility master plan together, that there was talk after it was created where some principals were like, I didn't know I could ask for that. Mm-hmm. So I think that would solve that.
That's exactly it.
That would solve that problem.
And it's not a criticism of this plan. That this plan needed to get out, and I'm glad that it's out. Now I think that we need to continue talking about it, and I think one of those next steps is the job-alike teams. My second comment is that I appreciate the effort taken to categorize needs in the 4 pillars that Mr. Williams outlined for us. However, for me, it's premature to rank schools by need without extensive collaboration with job-alike teams. So I want to caution us to say that School X is the, I'll use the EOC. EOC is the number one need school with portables. I caution us about looking at those pillars and prioritizing who needs the most work until we've had a chance to talk everything out. I think that's really important. There's a lot in these documents. I have a lot of individual questions. Now's not the time to ask them, but they need to be addressed before we can really weigh in on what our most important needs are. Nonetheless, now I just said that it's premature for us to consider the 4 pillars. Now I say the 4 pillars are really helpful. The 4 pillars give us a structure to think about. The first pillar is really simple in my mind's eye. Based on it's logical to me, based on funding availability from the state, and certainly we have to take advantage of that. It makes sense to leverage our local dollars with state and other funding. Our current situation with Measure O is a great example of that. We raised over $300 million in the bonds with Measure O. I'll put you on the spot here, Mr. Williams. Do you have an estimate of how much money we've leveraged with those Measure O dollars?
And you are putting me on the spot because
Yeah,
I don't have those figures, but we can actually bring those back the next time to give you an accurate number.
I know you can say that it's a significant amount.
In the hundreds of millions, yes.
Yeah. So that pillar is just absolutely critical to us. And I suggest, I think I heard you say we go out to 2030 with that pillar. How far do we extend?
Right now, we're suggesting it's an additional 5 years beyond, so 2026 to 31.
Okay.
But we can adjust that as
Yeah.
well.
I suggest that we adjust it to 10 years. I think that's important because this is a long-term plan. We're just beginning to discuss it, so we ought to look at what other schools are in the waiting line to be able to take advantage of state funding. The next pillar, replacing portables, is high on many people's lists. I saw many schools had that as an issue on what their school needs. In this facilities plan, you report that we have 11 schools with 15 or more portables. All 5 comprehensive high schools have 15 or more portables. 1 middle school has 15 or more portables, and 5 elementary schools, and I'll list the name of the 5 because I think elementary schools are small, so having 15 or more portables should put them in our memory. That's Castleview, Highgrove, Madison, Rivera, and Washington, all having 15 or more portables. I taught in a brand new portable years and years ago, and it was a great experience because it was brand new. It was really a nice facility. However, I'm happy to hear that we're going to consider age of those portables because that makes a significant difference in terms of how we might prioritize. I had a question about how did you determine the replacement cost of portables? And I asked that question specifically because at North, Uni, and Highgrove, it costs $1 million or less to replace a portable. But at Washington, it's almost $2 million. And in the document at Arlington, it's $2.5 million to replace a portable. And at STEM, we're replacing 9 portables at a cost of $42 million. That's nearly $5 million per portable. So how do you account for the cost of portables in your plans?
So I think that obviously on some of those, if we're talking about a translation from a portable to a permanent classroom, there should be a more direct unit for unit cost amount. And so the wide discrepancy, I'm not sure exactly what's accounting for that, but we can delve into that. But I agree with you is that there should be a direct unit for unit cost, and it shouldn't have such a wide discrepancy. So again, I'm sure that there's a lot of things that we have areas of growth that we're going to make changes to this, and that's one of the areas that we'll really research.
I'm glad that we'll take a look at that. I start to lose my full understanding of this plan when I'm considering the last two pillars. They're complex for me. And there appears to be significant overlap with renovations and infrastructure and the category of equity. Do we count work such as elective spaces and performing arts in both of those categories, or just in one and not the other?
So if it's a renovation or modernization, it would mean that a school actually has something already built there. So for Pillar 3, for example, a modernization of a theater would be an existing structure. For equity, so for example, the gymnasium example that you used, they don't have a gym at all. So that would be new construction costs relative to adding that one to that school. So typically on Pillar 4, most of those elements are new construction. Relative to Pillar 3 are renovation costs and the associated items with that. So that's where there's kind of, they shouldn't bleed across too much to each other, because one is really existing infrastructure that needs to be given a new lease on life. And then in Pillar 4, it's really more elective changes that does the board desire to have that same parity for all middle schools, and do all middle schools need to have a gymnasium? Maybe they do, maybe they don't. Maybe there was an agreement that was made before that would not justify having a gym there. So those are some of the things that we as a team, as we're developing the plan, are open to understanding deeper from the board. What was the thought here, and why wasn't it done originally when the building was, when the school was constructed?
Thanks for that. I asked you this right before the meeting, but I think it's important to point out, in the cost estimate section of this report, I believe it's on page 3 of one of the sections, you list the existing building area in square feet for each school. So when I saw that, it reminded me of real estate and Mr. Lee, and buying my home. It's all about the square footage, and that's critical. Your chart lists Victoria as currently having 13,000 square feet of existing building area. Now we're proposing 43,000 square feet to add to Victoria. Now you can check to make sure that there's not a clerical error or a typo with that, but that seems. That's a big difference.
It seems like it, and I also know that Victoria does have a lot of portables, but I don't think it has that little square footage. So I think you're correct, as we may have dropped a digit in that, and so we'll take a look at that and make sure that the numbers are trued up.
Yeah, Castleview was another one that stood out for me. 26,000 square feet of this existing square feet, and we're adding 29,000. That's a big difference from the other schools. The other one that was a complete surprise to me was University Middle School. Uni on the chart shows the size of 27,000 square feet compared to nearly 70,000 square feet for Shamawa and Sierra, and others had 80,000 or more square feet. So if you could look at that, because I think square footage is probably important for us to consider. I can't get my arms around the plans suggesting that we need $250 million for Martin Luther King and Poly, and we need $200 million for Arlington and Ramona, and we need $130 million for North. Now, I certainly understand that we're finishing the building of a science building and the construction of a competition gym, and that makes a difference. But it doesn't account for over $100 million. Our North project wasn't that expensive. Somehow or another, so I'd like you to, that's just an issue of mine. Somehow or another, I think we need to reduce these needs from $3 billion. $3 billion is an extraordinary amount of dollars. It's not even, I can't even comprehend it. So somehow, although the need is there, somehow or another, we need to start. We need to look at what might be more realistic goals as it relates to our facilities. And with that, now I'm going to contradict myself. With that, we need to use like $2,035. One of the mistakes that I had as a brand new board member was I was looking at the cost of Casablanca and the new East Side School at like $30 million. And I was looking at $30 million for years and years and years as an existing board member, and then all of a sudden I'm told it cost $80 million. And what happened? And I know that you can't predict what prices are going to be in 2035, but I know that using $2,025 doesn't work, and it didn't work for us in the past. So I hope as you continue to refine this plan that you put on your economic forecasting hat and start using dollars that reflect what we might be looking at. And if the time comes and a project is less, we're all happy. When a project goes from 25 million to 80 million, we all go, oh my gosh, what happened? And then all the other schools that we're hoping to become a part of the rejuvenation of our facilities, feel like they're left out. I did have a question about ed specifications. Who makes ed specifications? I was looking at the elementary schools. I was looking at STEM labs as a part of an ed specification, and I'm not sure I know what that means. I was looking at family and engagement centers. I was looking at black boxes for theaters at our high schools. Are those our ed specifications? And if they are, how are they developed? Who develops those?
Thank you for that question. So for education specifications, they are typically collaboration between the theater for VAPA, for a black box theater, for example. We would collaborate with our design team, with the users, and develop a standard, and it would be a district-wide standard. It wouldn't be something that would be just for one specific school. That way we can apply it everywhere. And so we're trying to create, again, that standardization so we're consistent across the board. And again, trying to get away from that challenge of lack of parity so that we're consistent from time to time. So that's actually who the collaborators are. Sometimes in this plan, some of these elements could be pulled from other districts or other uses as a placeholder until that work is done here. But for right now, I think that's how they're constructed.
Okay, and I wholeheartedly embrace the idea of ed specifications. They're critical, and it's a way for us to keep up with things. But I'm questioning the decision makers of ed specifications. And I'm going to get every theater teacher in RUSD mad at me right now. And I apologize. I'll try to fix it later. But when I look at the needs of our high schools, and there are lots of them, I'm going to argue that black boxes aren't the top of our priority as it relates to those specifications. And I'm also interested in hearing their argument on why it should be, because I don't know it. But before it got put in as a specification, I think those things, the board's going to pay for these things ultimately. I think before it gets put in for a specification, there ought to be some dialogue, at least in cabinet or with the board itself. I'm not sure.
And if I may, I think that's the best place where that happens is the JABA-like forum.
That's where it starts.
So, well, because at that point we want to see if, as a system, instruction really wants to have a black box or not. And so at that point, maybe that's where some of the culling of some of the dollars and some of the projects come out. Or maybe Dr. Sosa comes back and says, you don't understand. And it's at that point that it's our job to convince you that a black box theater is essential. I'm not a thespian, so I have no idea if the black box is important or not. But I have built them before, and I do know that those who use them, it has a specialty use that, you can't just use any space for it.
I have a number of questions about STEM in the facilities plan, but I think I'll wait to the STEM section. I'll ask one, just to get my thought process going. Is STEM at the current site a tear down? Are we tearing the whole school down? Because when I looked at the cost and the plans, it looks like we're tearing down the old Hyatt, and we're building a new STEM facility. Is that what it is?
So that's where staff is craving direction as far as we don't know. And so the numbers that are currently there are a placeholder. It can be bifurcated because the question is the amount of money that we had assigned for the STEM Education Center at UCR is commingled with some of the STEM Academy funds because they're all together right now. And so until we make those final decisions, it's kind of a placeholder at this point. And so for that, we would just wait until we actually make some of those final decisions to nail down that part of the plan.
Okay, thanks. I asked a ton of questions, I'm sorry, and I don't want anyone to walk away thinking that I'm not happy with the plan, because I think you've done a tremendous job. I'm happy to hear that it's a living document that's going to be updated and revised, and I think that's critical for us. Thanks.
No, I think those are all good questions and worth good discussion. Dr. Tweed?
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Dale touched on a lot of the comments I had, and he articulated many good examples, but, the biggest thing with the equity pillars, I don't want us to just look at what each school has, like, oh, he has this, so I want this. It really should be a deeper analysis of what they need based on their students and ultimately based on our instructional goals. How to do that, Jesse, I think those collaboration teams are great. I think being clear on what our instructional or our board priorities are, so we should tailor it to those things as well, not just who has what, but let's tie it back into that. And how to factor that in, I'll leave that to you, Mr. Williams, but that would be my direction on that. I think, like you brought up a perfect example, the EOC with the portables. Is it, well, let's get them a building. Do they need a building? Do they want a building? Was that the intent? So we do need some nuance on this. I think obviously there's a lot of work in this, and I think it's never going to be perfect. So I would encourage, my colleagues and the staff that we use this as an anchor point. We're not all going to get what we want or what our area want, but I think we need to, I would ask that we commit to using this as an anchor, and otherwise we're going to get pulled into the weeds on every situation. So if we can come as a consensus, let's perfect our anchor, our process, and hopefully we may not like every outcome from the process, and I think we can use common sense to make adjustments if this formula creates a silly answer. But I think at some point we have to follow the process through, and I think that's what this meeting's about. And so, continuing to question how we come to these conclusions is an important part of what we're doing right now. But ultimately, I think we need to, follow the process. I know this might seem simple, but it's going to be a question everyone's going to ask, and how do we factor this in? But what about the schools left out from Measure O? That's going to be on top of mind. If we're dumping another $100 million in Poly, and another elementary school still has 15 portables, we need to anticipate for that, and account for that to some degree. So I think I appreciate my colleagues' comments, and that's all.
Thank you, Dr. Tweed. Dr. Hernandez-Alexander.
I'd just like to add, thank you for that robust initial discussion, and I just want to remind us all that this is just that, it's a discussion, and so as we talk about what are we going to do next, like we have not decided, and nor have we decided to tear any buildings down, we haven't decided to move anything just yet. That's what this is, step one of our discussion. So I just want to reiterate that these are not decisions that are made for us to decide yes or no, thumbs up, thumbs down. This is an actual true discussion that we're having together. And the other thing is the pillar of the equity. You said that very nicely, that it's, I think what we want to remember is that this equity pillar is not the equality pillar, right? We're not saying so-and-so has this building, so so-and-so should have a building too. It's who has the need for X based on the specialty of that school, based on all of these various factors, age, pillar, and all of that. So I just wanted to kind of put that out there. That is, we're not talking about equality. We're talking about who needs what. And then also, I love that what you said. This is a starting point. This matrix is very impressive to me because of all the colors and all of the math that goes into it. But it is not without flaws, of course, right? As those who deal with data, right? Whatever, you get what you put in as far as data goes, which is why we saw some errors like with the EOC, some anomalies. But this is an excellent, excellent launching point. And so thank you for all the work that went into that.
Ms. Salas, do you have anything?
Yep, okay. Well, first of all, again, I would like to thank Mr. Williams because this is very, very comprehensive, and though it is slightly intimidating for me, it is really, really awesome because I like to have things like very laid out and organized, and this definitely is. So thank you for all that you do. I like that I'm seeing high school CTE spaces because I do think that it's really, really beneficial, especially in, it would be cool if we maybe like middle school CTE spaces, but high school CTE spaces are definitely a good starting point. And then I did have, I think, just one or two maybe questions. On the, pillar 3, Site C says outdoor learning environment in quads. Just for like clarification, I was just curious, what kinds of facilities would be considered outdoor learning environments? And then as for like quads, if we're doing like renovations, would that include maybe like shade structures or like bench replacements, or, I don't know, maybe if the pavement in the quad is, cracked or, old or whatever, what kind of falls into that category is my question.
Would you like a job at facilities? Great questions. So you almost answered the questions yourself as far as like learning outdoor learning environments in particular are. So people don't believe me, but I tend to be an introvert. Introverts typically like during playtime to find a space with a book or with a friend, and not necessarily outside of the eyes of view for playground monitors, but a place that's a more quiet zone, not necessarily as robust. But then sometimes I have a mood where I want to go play Foursquare, I want to play soccer, I want to do something different. Giving children voice and choice in the types of spaces they're in, and depending on the mood that they're in, it allows them to do that. But then also crafting spaces that, and I think a lot of times, the new trends toward education, and Dr. Sosa can correct me or improve what I'm saying, is that a lot of times there's an opportunity for a faculty member to say to a class, hey, let's go out to the tetherball pool. We're actually going to look at, and we actually did this at the new Casablanca Elementary School playground. We're going to look at the tetherball pole, which actually becomes a gnomon, and then teaches someone how to use not an hourglass, but a gnomon is used in a
sundial?
Thank you. again, you're hired. So that's what happens when you're old, you forget. And I carry a sundial in my pocket all the time, I'm so old. But yeah, so a sundial. And so if you're teaching a lesson, a historical lesson on how people taught time, to be able to go out to these outdoor learning environments and to be able to use things like we did at Casablanca and do them more science, math. We're also working on a new playground that actually deals with a lot of linguistics and a lot of ways that how we actually learn language and crafting students to make it easier for them to learn. So those are the kinds of things that when we talk about outdoor learning environments, is all kinds of things like that, whether it's a nook space or just an outdoor playground or maybe outdoor learning stairs like we have in Ophi Elementary School. That actually has a large set of outdoor seats that they're learning stairs, and so you could have 2 or 3 classes in one session and you have a guest speaker come and do a class. So that's the kind of environment that we're envisioning when we describe that. And what was your other question?
Yeah, I mean, essentially, thank you, you covered it all. It was just like the quad, like in terms of like benches, or maybe if the pavement is, cracked or anything, or just like old, would that also fall into like the replacements that we'd be doing, aside from obviously, like you mentioned, like the quiet corners and all of the playground stuff?
So I was at a school this morning, and their main walkway has been trenched, and the concrete has been cut up. It's nothing that Mr. Parisi did, that's for sure, because he hasn't been here that long. But over the decades, it really looks pretty marked up. And so it's an opportunity during that Pillar 3 where we would actually invest during modernization. When we have to go in and change infrastructure, we would do it all at the same time and replace the concrete. So one, it's good for handicap accessibility, but then it also just kind of cleans up the campus and makes it look fresh and vibrant for the next 50 years.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I actually really like the idea of places where, if kids want to go to somewhere quiet, or actually, you guys probably not believe me either, but when I was younger, I definitely liked to be slightly apart. So I do like the idea of places where kids can feel safe, because at the end of the day, that's what we want, yeah, and I think that is it. Again, thank you so much. This is incredible, and I do like that it is, one of you guys mentioned, a living document, so it is a work in progress. Which is great, because these things take time, obviously, and take discussion, so this is a terrific start. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Salas. A couple of things for me. I agree with a lot of the kind of direction and comments that my colleagues gave before me, especially with Trustee Kinnear. I like the idea of bringing together job-like groups together, so that they kind of idea share about what they prioritize at their school and why, just so there's kind of a level playing field, so that everyone feels like their input was imprinted on this document, and kind of like the rules for the sandbox were fair, and everyone had a fair shake. Also what Trustee Tweeds shared about kind of being an anchor, I think for fairness or for equity, being able to refer to like a guiding document, not necessarily by the letter, but by a process, I think is really important for the community and for school sites to follow. And it makes decision-making for us when tough decisions come up about, do we build, do we invest in a theater, or do we invest in an NPR, right? That we can refer back to something if we're having a challenge on what we're going to prioritize over another thing. So I appreciate that conversation. My questions are in regards to the rubric. I agree too. It's, as Ms. Salas said, it's a intensive document. Could be overwhelming. I think it's a really good attempt, far better than I could do in trying to apply science to an inexact science. My question is this rubric something that is used industry-wide? Do other districts use it? Is it a RUSD thing, a California thing, a USA thing? How do we come up with this?
It's more for us. So, okay, so I'm looking at, and I want to introduce a few people, if I may. So these are from LPA Architects. These are the So Andrea and Dave are the architects involved in all of this work. So as much as I'm presenting their work, they're the masterminds behind all the pages and all the work. So thank you for coming tonight.
Thanks for coming tonight, yeah.
The matrix that we used, I actually borrowed some of the ideas from a previous district, and then also we worked with some of the tools that they have already established as well, and we kind of blended them together. So this is kind of unique to our district, and again, the intention is to create a tool that makes it easy for the board to be able to say, what should our priorities be? Once we establish those, it kind of, the answer falls out at the bottom. And I don't want to make it overly simplistic, because there still has to be specific thought that goes into it, like the EOC example that we used. But to make the simplicity of where are the highest, where do we know the highest needs are? And then we can still pivot and make, well, yes, but, you know, Mr. Walker, and I keep picking on Mr. Walker, but Mr. Walker is going to give us $100 million to build, you know, a science wing. Well, that may change our priorities. It may change your priorities. And so at that point, we may have the flexibility to still pivot, but the intention is to us to generally identify the greatest needs to make it easy for all of us to get on the same page. And then from there, we start crafting projects and develop from there where the district dollars are best spent.
So when either other districts that you're aware of or that you've worked for, is it common for them to hire a consultant, such as an architect group, to come up with a tool to identify priorities and then come up with these mathematical formulas?
My experience is yes. Most all district, actually, it is a state requirement if you want to participate in the state program that you have to actually go through this process. And so this is part of our process to be able to make sure that we're aligned with state requirements and that we have a cognitive plan that really takes us forward. We don't want to just start spending wildly on funds that are precious and hard to come by. And so that's one of the reasons why the state makes this a requirement. And so that's why we're focused on trying to get this updated and ready to go so that we can participate and get every state dollar we possibly can for Riverside Unified.
All right, so to participate in the matching dollars from the state, you need to come up with some kind of a process, not necessarily this process. I guess what I'm trying to get at is it seems like a good way to go about this process, but I'm not familiar with potentially other ways. So is this considered a best practice? Are there alternative ways in which we could have gone about this?
So I would say that if I'm looking at my colleagues, this is best practice. Again, we've taken the matrix to a little bit different level of, I don't want to say sophistication, but again, making it less arbitrary and more directive in the way that it's identifying the needs. But this is best practice. It's very common. Like I said, our matrix is a little bit more sophisticated than others, even a little bit more sophisticated than the last district that I worked at. But we did the same process when I was here the first time.
Right.
And so that's not unusual, and all districts go through this process if they want to participate in the state program.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna, if it's okay with you all, anything else you all want to add? You came all this way? We have well, I can just give you yeah, just go up to there so we can get you on the.
All right. Hello. Thank you all for allowing us to speak again. I'm Andrea Pippin and Dave Eves with LPA. So one thing that I wanted to go back to was your comment about, getting additional input from principals, from your educational leaders. That has been incorporated into this document already during the development of the educational specifications. We held a visioning workshop and various focus groups that brought in those, VAPA teachers for that VAPA focus group to help us develop, VAPA as an example, to help us develop the ed specs to make sure they do meet the educational delivery needs of these various programs. And we met with principals, walked the sites with principals. They reviewed the site long-range plan documents, engaged with their school site communities, and then met with them in individual sessions to help us finalize the diagrams and gave us their top priority projects. So that has been reflected in the documents themselves, though I do think it can be taken one step further and have a conversation with these groups around kind of the same conversation that you're having in prioritizing projects with this lens of, okay, here's what, you know, my site has and what it may need in terms of equity, and sort of having this set of priorities by, you know, elementary school principals, middle school principals, high school principals. So it's something that we can, you know, talk with further with Mr. Williams, but I think that's an interesting concept. But I wanted to make sure that you all understood that, you know, there was a very robust effort to include the school site and educational leader input throughout this process. Anything you wanted to add?
Thank you, Andrea. I'm Dave Eves with LPA. Yeah, Mr. Lee, I just wanted to address your question about this sort of prioritization process. So, yes, as Mr. Williams mentioned, every master plan that we perform with a school district, that school district has to go through a prioritization process, right? So, but as you mentioned, as Mr. Williams mentioned, every district's unique, and what that prioritization process looks like is always sort of customized to the needs of the district. This rubric that we generated is new in terms of it being sort of this robust and data-driven. Many times in the past, a lot of that prioritization process and focus on needs is generated by a lot of the other content that is already contained in the document. Things like principal priorities or things like that. You know, we've gone through community engagement processes where we engage broad swaths of the community in order to get their feedback on what priorities may, you know, what they see as priorities. And then that is what informs the sort of prioritization process, if you will. So that process can look like a variety of different things. This rubric is actually very data-driven, and that was intentional, but that was created for you all, for Riverside Unified.
Thank you. While you're up there, I'll just turn to my colleagues and see if they have any questions for LPA. All right, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One last comment I want to make on this rubric, and then I'll go around again and see if my colleagues have anything else, is the potential for maybe weighting some of these pillars heavier than others. Because I do think some, like I think Trustee Vickers, you mentioned about, you know, kind of the exhaustive list in that equity pillar, like there's so many things. And because of that, and maybe those items tend to be more expensive, like is that pillar get more weight than, say, replacing portables?
And I took that as a question, yes?
Well, yeah, I'd like to hear staff's input and then like see what my colleagues think too.
So, I think that that's one of my goals is, as we continue to work through this process, is to hear each one of your desires as far as are the weights associated with each pillar, do they make sense to you, or are there things that seem to be out of balance? And again, we took our first blush at it. Like we said, this is a work in progress. We want to make sure that it's accurate to fit Riverside Unified, not some other school district, not anybody else. We want to be better than everybody else. And I am a little competitive, like my colleague here. And the fact is that Riverside Unified has the opportunity to be better by doing things a little bit deeper, a little bit more robustly. And I think that that's where we're looking for you to be able to say, does this ring true with you, or do you see some anomalies that you think, you know, maybe there's some adjustment here, and let's take a deeper look at how we can change the equations to better modify. And so we can do different iterations or different concepts. But I think the intent is to make it as easy for the board as possible to kind of, at the end, the data drives the final decisions, and the final list that we put together is, these are the projects that need to be done, and whether Sam or our team or whomever starts getting on these projects based on funds available and their priority, not necessarily just based on, because Sam was the first one to ask Ms. Power for money that Mr. Precy got the money. But it's based on, Ms. Power will know that based on the list, and for our discussion in cabinet, we're all holding ourselves accountable to make sure that the highest needs are met first. And we want to make sure that all of our kids are taken care of.
Perfect, thank you, Mr. William. Anybody else have, Dr. Twain?
Just quickly, I think I've heard from my colleagues, and maybe something to consider, weighting the funding pillar a little more than others, because I think at the end of the day, is the more money we spend, the more we can do in the other three pillars. So just something to consider as we move forward.
Dr. Hernandez-Alexander, and then you, Mr. Kinnear.
Yeah, Mr. Williams, can you explain how the 4 pillars are currently being weighted and then go from there? Because I'm not 100% clear if we're talking about a 3-point score, or can you explain how they are weighted and how they are different from each other?
And it's probably the acoustics in the room. Can you repeat your question, please?
Are the 4 pillars weighted differently? And if so, can you distinguish them?
They are weighted differently. So, and I tried to describe it, but we can go into further detail in more written description and provide that in more detail after the meeting as well. But for the sake of this meeting, so for example, the portables. So if I have 10 portables, it would be weighted more heavily and or become a higher priority if I only had 10 permanent classrooms and then I have 10 portable classrooms on that site. That would be a 50% ratio of teaching stations that would be portables. So that would give them a higher weight and a higher priority.
I'm sorry, that's not the question I asked. I apologize. I'm asking about differentiating between them, between pillar 1, 2, and 3. Are they currently weighted differently between pillar 1, pillar 2, pillar 3, pillar 4?
Yes.
Are there weights?
I was answering the wrong question. Yes. So there is, and that's how we came up with the final score sheet, which is that final matrix. What we did is we normalized, but there's statisticians at LPA normalized the different matrices. So they boiled them down into their lowest common denominators. That way we could blend them all together to make one matrix at the end.
Do you have an answer for me? So they're not weighted differently currently. What we're saying is we would like an opportunity to weight them differently, right? Were you suggesting
consider that, yeah.
considering
That was my
weighting
question.
them differently, prioritizing like funding, for example? So right now they're even. Okay, thank you. That was what I was trying to get to. Thank you.
Mr. Kinnear?
I already made the point, but I want to make it again. I think before we consider weighting the pillars, we need to work on the document because, as my mother would tell me, the devil's in the detail. So if the detail's not right, then we could be off with our weighting. I mean, I think it's real clear that that priority of funding and matching dollars is critical. As I said, that's an easy one for us to understand. Portable's pretty easy too, especially if we consider age with portables and how many are at a school. The equity piece and the whatever we called it, the pillar 3 is a little more troublesome. So anyway, I think we should continue with our process and look at it's absolutely essential to look at weighting our pillars, but it's premature at this point.
Okay, Ms. Vickers.
I'm looking over at pillar 4, and I talk about, I agree with my colleague about, the weighting. I think that would actually be really good. And I see that there's 10 different categories in pillar 4. Is there a way for us to break it down further? So, like had been mentioned, not every school needs the same type of CTE spaces, correct, based on the programs. So we can see the need based on the programs that we have at each school and figure out maybe a different way to weight, maybe even further discussion with the board, what in this category is considered more significant?
Yes, absolutely, and we can take a deeper dive into that, and that'll be part of that collaborative exercise that we talked about with the Java likes, to be able to identify what is appropriate for each school. Maybe Dr. Yamas has asked for a $10 million CTE space to do a YouTube studio at her school, and Ms. Salas actually, she has a $1 million CTE space for, firefighting or AI studio. The fact is that there has to be some balance between the two. And so I think what you're asking for is making sure that we're working with our, the directors and the instruction, of course, to define what those specific appropriate amounts are and appropriate levels of development. Am I hearing your question
Yes,
correctly?
that's exactly right.
Okay. And so what we really need to do is, and I'm also hearing from others, is that Pillar 3 and 4, although Pillar 3 is generally modernization and infrastructure, we can define that a little bit more simply. And then Pillar 4, maybe that even becomes something different. Maybe it becomes 2 pillars, or we'll do something with that, again, for ease of understanding, and because it's a little bit, it's kind of like a catch-all is what I'm hearing, and maybe too many things we stuck in Pillar 4. So I apologize for that. I like 4 pillars, and so if we need to do 5, then that's what we need to do. So.
Awesome, thank you.
Anybody else? Do you have enough direction and
Wonderful, yeah,
Okay.
I really appreciate your time.
All right. Before we move on to the next part of the presentation, I just want to do a check-in with communications, make sure they can hear us okay. Yes? Translators can hear us okay? Okay, perfect. All right. All right, so Mr. Williams, why don't we move on to the next session? And I realize that took some time, and obviously we'll take the time we need to today to get through this, but I'm hoping that was kind of set the foundation for the whole conversation that we're doing, so I'm guessing the rest of it won't be as lengthy, but if it is, we'll be here for a little while. So go ahead, Mr. Williams.
Well, with that behind us, at this juncture, we're going to transition away from the long-range facilities plan prioritization concepts and review 5 specific focus areas that need deeper discussion. And so those areas, those 5 areas are Ophelia Valdez-Yeager Eastside Elementary School, Highgrove Elementary School, Fremont and Batty Elementary Schools, STEM, and Twain Elementary School. With the successful opening of Casablanca Elementary School, we began to see how boundaries may need to be reshaped in the future. Casablanca opened with space for 750 students, which is a standard size, planning size for elementary schools as per California Department of Education. As a general note, the California Department of Education also advises that a middle school would typically be planned for approximately 1,300 students. And then also, likewise, a high school is planned for between 2,200 and 2,400 students, depending on the site acreage and other square footage factors. So that's just the kind of the general gist of what is typical. Now, again, age of the school, Ramona has a massive amount of acreage, but less square footage. King has more building square footage, but less acreage. Different factors like that play into it. North, for example, has a smaller acreage than other campuses as well. Perhaps maybe our smallest acreage, and so that factors in the student enrollment based on CDE factors. Now, if we go 2-story or other factors like that, it allows us to recapture those opportunities to put more students on a specific comprehensive campus. The following slides are going to provide an overarching conceptual set of boundaries to give the community time to voice their thoughts and make recommendations for the board's final consideration. So, as Dr. Noemi Hernandez-Alexander said earlier, is that no decisions have been made. And thank you for reasserting that. If I didn't say that clearly, is that this is a study session to say, this is some ideas that staff had, and this is a starting point, but this is by no means the final decision, and we're not ready to make a final recommendation to the board. So all these are concepts, and not to make anybody concerned. So on the next slide, slide 16, we're actually going to look at Ophelia Valdez-Yeager Eastside Elementary School, And it is planned for 900 students because of the significant density of students within the East Side community. So currently, there are 1,145 students residing in the official East Side Elementary School area, outlined in the red, by the red boundary on the map that you see. And so these students are currently commuting to 6 neighborhood schools, Alcott, Castleview, Emerson, Magnolia, Pachapa, and Taft. And so those schools are receiving students from the East Side today. On the next slide, we see a little bit further development of this. It's similar to the last one we saw, but it shows in darker blue, or maybe it's purplish blue, 2 schools that actually have been for a long time serving the East Side community, which are Longfellow and Emerson, and they've been serving the community for decades. On the next 6 slides, we're going to see preliminary proposed boundary options with the goal of refining or adjusting these concepts through direction from the board and the community, and possibly narrowing these down to just 2 or 3. These boundary concepts are the work of staff in collaboration with community input and 4 prior community meetings. So we've already had 4 prior meetings. We have 2 that are actually still scheduled and are in the planning process now. So we're actually going to bring more of these opportunities back for the community to weigh in on these boundaries. Lastly, this slide identifies that there are 138 students that attend other schools. And so one might ask, well, what does that mean? So the reason for this is that one example is that faculty or staff who live in the East Side community who actually may teach or work at another school within the district have the right by district employment to transfer their children to the school in which they serve. And so that is one example of why there's so many other students that actually do not attend schools that are on the specific list of the ones that are the 6 that I mentioned previously. So I just wanted to point that out as one of the possibilities. If we go to the next slide, Ophelia Valdez-Jaeger, Eastside Elementary School, boundary option number 1. And with board deference, in the ease of and the convenience of using the name, would it be all right if I used Ophi Elementary School as a shorthand? Okay, I just want to make sure that was okay, just for the simplicity and speed of the presentation. This slide shows option 1, and this concept started with the option that since Area A, which is in the upper right-hand corner, is closest to Longfellow, and parents would actually have to drive past Longfellow to get to the new school, that it might be better to actually transfer those students permanently to the Longfellow campus. Likewise, Area B, because of its proximity to Emerson, would likewise be transferred and assigned to Emerson. Since the maximum capacity for Ophi Elementary School is 900, the projected enrollment with this solution is 856, which would fit within its capacity. Likewise, Longfellow's capacity is 875, and therefore 804 students that were projected in the chart to the left would also fit within Longfellow. Lastly, the population of 731 at Emerson would easily fit within that school's capacity. And so this was one option to be able to say, how would we actually right-size the population for the new elementary school? For option number 2, we're looking at a variation of option 1, but instead of area B, we created an area C, as in Charles. And so that area is actually currently adjacent to and part of the Longfellow boundary. And so the thinking was, let's leave those children who already attend Alcott in the Alcott boundary. The Longfellow boundary identified in Area A that we talked about earlier would still remain with Longfellow because of its proximity. And as we see, we actually come up with the new school enrollment is 899, which is far too close to a reasonable number. It would be easy to overpopulate the school and create a problem with its capacity. And so while this is an attempt, we thought it was something that would be worthwhile to show the board that the attempt was made. On the next option, we're going to do the same type of exercise. It's a combination of options 1 and 2 that we previously showed. So Area A would actually be assigned to Longfellow, Area B would be assigned to Emerson, and Area C would be assigned to Alcott. And as we see that OFI at that point, the projection becomes 711. 711 students allow parents to exercise voice and choice, and so by considering an option of transfer, if they so desire, they could actually transfer into the new school or choose to stay where they currently are. And so this gave us some flexibility from a planning perspective to not overpopulate the school on day one for the projected enrollment. So we took another look at option 4. And option 4 is a variation of option 1, as we saw before, except that it adds the new area D as in dog, and that area is because it's geographically the closest to Longfellow, and this increases the projected enrollment for OFI to 846. No, forgive me, 814, which is within its capacity, and then Longfellow becomes 846, which is very close to its capacity, and so it's very close to that capacity, something to consider, and so maybe we can adjust boundaries to make that work if this is something the board desired. So we continue to search, and through our community discussions, option 5 is an outgrowth of one of those discussions or recommendations from the community, and the concept here was to try to keep students north of University Avenue, which is identified at the baseline of what's called Area E, between Area E and F in that in the diagram. And so the red line there is the where University changes and goes more east-west. And so the intent was to try to do that. But as you can see, what happens with this example is an excess number of students is transferred to Longfellow, and so Longfellow's population becomes 1,000, which is far greater than its capacity, and so this boundary option, while we attempted it, would not appropriately be housed by the school's availability. We took a look at another variation of that for option number 6, and the final option to review this evening, staff responded to, again, a community requested to look at Area A, B, and D, as in dog, going to Longfellow, and then a new configured Area G, as in girl, that would actually be assigned to Emerson. And so Emerson, at that point, increases the population, again, for Longfellow is 846, which is very close to its maximum capacity, and creates some stress for that school. Emerson actually has a comfortable population of 762, and OFI, again, as well, has a comfortable population of 783. And so we see this as a close variation, and maybe with some additional adjustments that we could make some of these work. I think at this point, these are the options that we've chosen. Does the board have any thoughts? And so we'll go to this discussion point. Is that, are there any other options that you could see from the ones presented? Are there any that you dislike that you would like us to remove from consideration? And again, we'll present those, the viable options to the community again in the next 2 upcoming sessions to get additional feedback.
Anybody want to go first? Mr. Kinnear.
Thank you. I'd like to start with that first slide with Casablanca, because I have a question about Casablanca. It doesn't have to do with OFI, so we'll get to that in a second. Enrollment projections for this year appear to be on target with us experiencing a loss of 500 plus students, right in line with our projection. We'll have more information on that in a few weeks. But how close are we with actual enrollment with regard to schools impacted by the opening of Casablanca? So can we put that Casablanca site up? No,
I think
that's
it's the very first slide.
The very first slide. So my question is how close are we with the actual enrollments? And if you don't have an answer to this now, I'm okay with that. You can send it to us. But I'd like to, there is obviously an impact of opening Casablanca on these elementary schools. And we took a guess and we made projections how close are we with our guests, because that makes a difference.
Someone else I did not introduce was Mr. DeLand, who actually is sitting at his demographic computer. So we actually brought his computer here tonight so that he could actually do live numbers if you wanted to know what those are. Tim, what is our current number for Casablanca? The enrollment is very close to the 420. What's the exact number?
Let me get this open real quick here. I can tell you in a second. It's opening right now. Current enrollment, this is as of Monday,
Yeah.
is, let's see, 389 general ed. 410 total.
410. Okay, thank you, Tim.
That's very close to projection, so that's awesome. Good job with that. Where I'm also leading with this question is, and I'll use Victoria as an example. There are other examples. Am I correct in saying that when we fully implement our Casablanca area boundary changes, Victoria will most likely be around 350 students?
That is a possibility if all the students who are assigned to Casablanca actually attend Casablanca.
But eventually we're going to say that students will be assigned to their attendance area and won't have those options. So these numbers are going to be off. I guess my point is that no matter how we look at it, schools like Victoria are decreasing significantly in enrollment. And we just looked at the long-range facilities master plan. And when I look at the long-range facilities master plan for Victoria, we're looking at spending $70 million building new buildings to accommodate. So when do we look at what we're currently doing and incorporate it into the long-range facilities master plan? Yeah. Now, we can't do it for East Side because we haven't determined the boundaries yet, but we know that many schools are going to be influenced by East Side, so we can start that long-range facilities planning process now. But in Victoria, what?
Excellent question. And you are absolutely right. That's one of the things that we've been working as a cabinet to provide some preliminary solutions for some of those adjustments. But as we stand, we don't have anything ready to present. But we have been diligently working on some solutions and addressing all of those specific schools. So as we get closer, again, we have a little bit of time, as you can tell, because we knew that most of the students that are in 5th and 6th grade, I'm not going to change my school the last year or two while I'm here. I've grown up here. I'm staying. Mm-hmm. And so we've seen that, and it's been consistent with what our projections are. I was very impressed that we were within 10 of what we thought, and so it was a good guess. But we're not always accurate, so I'm thankful that we were this time. And so as we continue to monitor those, there's still opportunities for transfers and other things like that, could adjust the final numbers. And so as we continue to monitor throughout this year and next year, we'll kind of see how that goes. But we do have some proposals to bring back and for board discussion and consideration about what we would do to be able to right-size our campuses so they're balanced across the board.
And we should also be going back now, since the facilities plan is a living document, we should be going back to the schools that we know are impacted. And we know Victoria is impacted. And I'm not picking on Victoria. We could talk about other schools. But we need to go back to that facilities plan and readjust that facilities plan because we know it's changing.
And absolutely, and like I said earlier about the STEM example, STEM identifies a variety of different options, including both the UCR option and other options. You know, if we want to do, let's say, I don't know, for whatever reason, that we have to stay at the current Hyatt campus. So the plan actually shows that all the improvements would happen at Hyatt. but we know that that may not be the case. And so, again, the flexibility is paramount on STEM, and for some of these other
But
schools.
we're looking
are-
at that. And
Absolutely.
yeah,
And so, yes, I have a number there for Victoria, and I still would stand by that number, is that I don't know. And so that's why we're seeking understanding from you all to capture greater understanding, to be able to say, what should we do and what should we consider? And that's part of the workshop process, is to be able to say.
So the same thing is going to hold true for the opening of Ophia Valdez-Yeager Elementary School, particularly with Taft, to some degree, Magnolia and Pachapa. So we should be going back to the facilities plan and looking at those schools and start making the modifications we know that we'll have in place.
Yes, absolutely.
With my concern is, if you live in that 2-block area, as I've told you before, if you live in that 2-block area from Longfellow, if you live at the corner of Kansas and Loma Vista, how far are you away from the new elementary school?
And I don't know by miles.
Why doesn't someone look that up and ask your next question, Mr. Kinnear? Do you have another question after that?
Yeah.
Look it up and come back.
And the issue there is, I live 2 blocks away from Longfellow. 2 blocks. I could throw a stone and hit Longfellow. And yet, in many of these scenarios, in most of these scenarios, I'm being transported to the Ophia Valdez-Yeager Elementary School, and that's not sitting well with me. The second thing that's not sitting well with me, although I'm not sure we can avoid it, is crossing University Avenue. University Avenue is real troublesome, and it makes sense that the Emerson kids go to Emerson, and I think I'm supportive of that. But I'm still worried about crossing University.
May I add one other thing as well, is that the other item that I have no idea how to solve this, and I think it is part of our geography, is 14th Street as it turns into MLK. Again, another major arterial. And so while we would want to solve these, I know that University and MLK both may not allow us to be able to keep children in nice little boxes. We may need to find other alternatives to be able to get children safely to school. And
I'm more concerned right now with that area that I described, being 2 blocks away from Longfellow, and then the Emerson kids going with the kids crossing MLK. I mean, if you live across the street from the elementary school and don't get a chance to go to the new elementary school, and it's across the street, that would. I know MLK Street is a bad street, but that doesn't sit as a difficult challenge for me. And I guess my last comment is, maybe we could have an option, and maybe we already do, and I just didn't look at it carefully enough. Maybe we can have an option of that 2-block group of homes close to Longfellow, going to Longfellow, and some kids that are currently going to Taft, stay at Taft. There's no option that looks at both of those, and I'd like to see an option.
And the item that's on the screen is the one that I think that you're referring to as Area D. Is that the neighborhood you're talking about?
That's the area that I'm talking about, but it doesn't, but my option, I guess 8 or 9 or whatever it is,
Sure.
would be that, plus the kids, some kids who currently go to Taft, remaining in Taft. Or not Taft, what am I thinking? I'm sorry, I said the wrong name, Alcott. That the kids in Alcott, some of the kids at least, who are currently in Alcott, stay at Alcott.
So is it more like option 3 that's on the screen, but then incorporating that option D as in dog that we talked
Yeah,
about.
thanks.
So that's your
I
recommendation.
can't believe you followed what I just said.
I'm impressed too.
Well, I've
Nice
stared
nice
at
job,
these-
Mr.
I've
Williams.
stared at these for a while, but yeah, no, so you're looking at a kind of a blend between option 3 and 4.
Yes.
And yes, we can come up with that scenario
Thanks.
easily, yeah.
Would the kids who live in that Block D, the 2 blocks away from Longfellow, are they far enough away that they'd get bused to the new elementary school?
No, interestingly enough, this entire area is all within the walkable sphere. So you may recall when we were originally looking at discussions about the school itself, all of this area is according to the district policy, is within the walkable area.
Great, thanks.
Yeah.
I didn't know the miles, so.
Did anybody get that?
I would like to know how long of a walk that is. Yeah, sorry.
Well, we were, I know Mr. Kinnear had a question about a specific mileage. Was anybody able to find that out while we were answering other questions? 0.2 miles? Is that confirmed?
Are we talking about from Loma Vista and Kansas area? I measured that on Google and it was a little over a mile, like 1.09 on if you took the streets.
So I guess my point with that area D is that if you live 2 blocks from Longfellow, but yet you have to walk, and you're in elementary school, you have to walk over a mile. And I know that's an insignificant distance for some of our kids, but that just doesn't seem right that you're so close to Longfellow. That's my only point. Thanks. Good work on all this, and I appreciate your work with the community. I think your work with the community is building trust and confidence in what we do. So thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Ms. Hernandez-Alexander?
Thank you. Yes, thank you so much for this hard work. Options, Mr. Kinnear was talking about an option that combines 3 and 4. Can you distinguish how option 6 is or is not a combination of that?
I can, if we can show the slide. Thank you so much. So option 6, what option 6 does not do, and again, it's a variation that we were talking about in earlier iterations, is the light colored green section at the bottom of the entire boundary, that portion that goes to Alcott. And I can switch back to that map if you want to see it. I think it is on option 3. Yes, thank you. So option 3 shows the Alcott boundary in the lower section. What I think we're asking about is that area D as in dog, that's in option 4, would be implanted into option 3. So what we're going to bring back is option 3, but we're also going to include area D as in dog and add that back so that, because it is so close to Longfellow, that it doesn't make sense for those students to not have an opportunity to go to Longfellow. And that's what I understood the request was.
But option 6 shows that.
So option 6 is close, but what option 6 doesn't include is the Alcott option at the bottom. And that's where the numbers get skewed, because then we still have a large number that goes to Longfellow, and we don't have that Alcott option that we were talking about before. So we can put together, again, different scenarios. If you want to see something different than what we presented, I'm happy to work with you on coming up with a specific iteration that we can explore.
No, I'm interested in Alcott students being able to continue staying at Alcott. The way that the lines were drawn, it wasn't clear to me that the red lines in option 3 and the red lines in option 6 is not overlapped. It looks like I guess I didn't read it right. So I see. I like option 3C, and I like option 6. So I think that would be a combination of 3 and 4.
Okay, awesome.
Excuse me, just real quick. Area D, if you look on option number 4, that area D there has 42 students. So you would basically, if you're looking at a combination between option 3 and option 4, you would deduct 42 students from OFI and add it to Longfellow. So it would be 711 minus 42. Which would give you 669. And then Longfellow would go up to 846, which would be the same number that you see in option 4.
Anything else, Trustee Hernandez-Alexander, or Ms. Vickers, and then with Dr. Twain?
I did have a question. I'm looking at boundary option number 3, and I see that once we hit Kansas Avenue, we don't follow the university corridor when we're making the boundaries. Is there any particular reason for that? And could we maybe trace university so the kids above that go to Longfellow and the kids below it go to one of the other schools?
The only reason why we didn't continue to follow that, and again, that's where Mr. Kinnear and Dr. Hernandez-Alexander both chimed in, is that one section, if we had continued university, we would actually adjust those students as well for the Longfellow boundary. So I think if I'm understanding, I think we're all on the same page. Why did we not? I can't answer you other than we were counting children.
Okay.
And so we were trying to get the right number. But we all know that children don't always come in the perfect neat boxes, and the plan needs to be corrected. So we'll make those adjustments and bring back some other options to take a look at. And any other variations that you would like to see, we'd be happy to make them.
Thanks. I think that would actually be good for safety so that we're not having to cross University Avenue, a kindergartner, trying to get to school. So yeah, thank you.
Dr. Tweed.
Thank you, everyone, for your comments. I'll just start off. I liked option 6 to begin with. I think hearing my colleagues' comments about combining options 3 and 4, I think that's a great idea as well. I really would like to see, if the numbers work, I don't want to do it at the expense of starting off Ophi Elementary impacted, and, so if the numbers work, I think that's a good option. When I initially looked at the map, I had the same concern about, maybe preserving Alcott Elementary School, that neighborhood, that's a proud community or a proud school. I mean, people have probably been going there for legacies, generations, and so I can imagine the community wants to keep going to their home school. But at the same time, I don't know, maybe they're enticed about a new school as well, and that's something that, we should get feedback on from the community. Is this something they're looking to preserve the way it is, or is it something, they are open to a new school? So I would take direction from the community on that, and also if the numbers work. But I think some variation. I think the comments about having a new school, being so close to school and then being across town to a new school doesn't make sense. So I like that area D carve out. That's why I like the option 6. And as far as Alcott, I could go either way. I just think based on the numbers and what the community says. So that's all.
Thank you, Dr. Tweed. Couple questions for me. I know we are participating in a survey with East Side families to give feedback on these initial plans and give us feedback. And I think there's been at least one, if not 2, virtual meetings or in-person meetings. I'm not sure where we are in that process, but can you give us an update on what that process, where we are in that process, and what feedback and participation levels we're getting?
Yes, sir. So we actually have had 2 in-person and 2 virtual thus far. We have 2 more virtual that are scheduled, and they're going to be later this month. And I'm looking for an assist from my friend, and I don't see her, but I know we have those scheduled. Do you have the dates, Dr. Perez? Next Thursday for both of them? Okay, so we have to make quick work of making the new maps.
Could you just say those times into the mic, so?
So they're next Thursday at September 11th, 9 a.m. and at 6 p.m. And they're virtual. And the link to join the meeting will be on the district website. And, I beg your pardon? Oh, and also social media, so.
Okay, and then what feedback have we received from those 4 meetings? And did we not send a survey? Did I not?
And we do actually, I don't have the results of the survey to be able to share tonight, but we can actually provide what the results of the survey are once we actually have them.
But thus far, can you give us just a rough idea? Did we get 10 responses, 100 responses? Like what kind of participation?
I have been surprised that we've had less response because I think initially, the initial participation was favorable toward a lot of the initial diagrams. And I think that they were like, okay, it's close. There was some discussion about the Alcott boundary. And then there was some significant discussion about the area D. And so those actually were kind of nice when we actually brought those back. People can actually see those diagrams and say, okay, yeah, that rings true. But for the most part, I think the comments from the community and the superintendent joined us on some of those as well, some of the in-person events. The comments about the boundaries were very affirming. But they gave us some suggestions about, well, let's take a look at some of these different options. I think when we kind of consolidate this down to a few, then we'll be able to have more direct comments from the community saying yes or no.
I just wanted to add to that. So the team had prepared visual boards with all the boundary areas, with QR codes where community members could be in the audience and then cast their vote, cast their recommendations, cast adjustments related to each of the different 4 options from meeting number 1. From meeting number 1 to number 2, option 5 and 6 were then created and added to the flow so that new community members that were at the next meeting could once again cast their vote, provide their recommendation, and have interactive discussion with both Mr. Williams and Mr. Deland. Sorry. Mr. Deland. And just engage in a dialogue about what they liked and what they didn't like, safety precautions, concerns about, walking, distance, etc. So today, as we're gathering the information from each of you, we're taking notes, taking copious notes, and making sure that we have additional designs in which Mr. Williams and his team will be able to provide those other options that you've suggested, alongside QR codes for the next virtual meeting options, which community members will once again be able to provide recommendation and feedback.
Great. I'm really glad that we're doing that. I think that's really important. And I think before I weigh in too heavily, I really want to hear the results of that. I don't want to discount that participation, especially since we asked for it. I will say that I do have concerns about option number 2 and option number 5, just because of the impact they have on those particular schools. So right, with option 2, potentially opening a new school at 900 students day 1 is a concern. And then same thing with option 5, impacting Longfellow with 1,000 students. That's too many, we know that. So those 2 are a little bit concerning to me. So again, interested to hear what the community has, but I'd be concerned about those 2. And then also option number 6, even Longfellow at almost 850 students, that seems to be pushing it a little bit. I know we're designing Opie Elementary for 900, but I think it's designed that way with some intention, where I think with Longfellow, that's kind of pushing the boundaries on that school and probably needing some portables unless we have a more permanent solution. The second part of my my comments have to do with and Mr. Kinnear kind of brought this up. What's the next conversation? Because you can't have these decisions made in isolation, because once you make these decisions, they're going to impact these other school sites. And I think that's important to, an if-then kind of conversation, right? So if we choose this one, then, all right, well, we're going to have impact at these schools, and how do we solve that problem? Because that could sway at least how I feel about which direction we head in boundaries, to make sure you limit the impact on additional school sites that fall within this attendance area, if that makes sense.
Yes, it does. Thank you. I think, to your point, we need to refine the current options. We would agree that 2 and 5 would be the most challenging. I think 1, I would add to that category as well. In some ways, it creates some challenges that are unexpected. And I think so we would like to come back with some more refined options, and again, narrow down the 6 options that we currently have shown to maybe 2 or 3 refined options, and then maybe have the community specifically weigh in, maybe even with a voting apparatus or some kind of a way that they can actually weigh in on, if you had these 3 options, and we could give strengths and opportunities for improvement on these 3 options, and just as an example. Then the community could actually look at those and then give us specifically their direction, and then we would bring that back to the board for your final consideration to make the final decision. Does that sound reasonable?
Colleagues, nods or any additional response to that?
Yeah, that sounds great. I guess I want to add one other thing, and that is that you're right that the boundary decisions have an impact on so many other things. But for Castleview, Magnolia, Pachapa, and Taft, the numbers stay the same in every option. So we should be thinking about those schools as soon as we can, because we know the impact in those places.
Right, and thanks for making that point, I agree. But I think that would necessitate like a conversation at that point. Like, okay, what are we going to do with these schools? Not wait to have a conversation later. Like, let's take care of it sooner than later, because I think when families attending those schools see those numbers, they're going to start to get concerned, and I want to be able to give them answers sooner than later. Anybody else before we move on?
I just want to add that option number 5, if we were going to suggest eliminating an option, I would recommend eliminating option 5, only because it would push the attendance at Longfellow to 1,000, and that school can't accommodate 1,000. I mean, it just seems completely outside of our abilities, unless we move something else within option 5.
Thanks.
No, well stated. And again, the only reason why we produced that was because there were several community members who thought that might work. But again, when we looked at the numbers, that's when it bore out that it's not feasible. But again, we wanted to be honest to the process, to be able to say, this is what was asked for and this is why we produced it.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Williams, for that clarification.
Yeah, I think what I was going to add is just being as transparent, and maybe sharing the impacts that we anticipate from these schools will help us weigh into the decision, and also just share with the community, we do this is what we expect, or these are the next steps that the next challenges we're going to have to face. We may not have the answers yet, but at least, it's not like, oh, they're surprised.
Staff, is that enough direction at this point to move forward?
Outstanding, yeah. Thank you very much.
Just want to check in with my colleagues. It's been about 2.5 hours. You guys all need a
I was going to say, I have one last comment. Can we take a break?
Yes, yeah. Why don't we take a 10-minute break, if we could all be back here at 7:36 so we can continue the High Grove conversation. Hopefully everybody got stretch their legs, get something to drink, talk to their friends. Thank you, everybody. All right, why don't we put the presentation back up on the screen and we'll continue the conversation about High Grove. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Williams. And colleagues, just to make sure we don't lose battery on these mics, if you're not talking, just turn it off and then turn it back on before you talk.
Okay, apologies for my mic, lack of mic prowess. Oh, good, I'm glad the superintendent's having the same challenge that I did. So, anyway, so we actually have an opportunity to talk about High Grove and its growing population. And that's one of the areas of the district that is very popular for new home buyers. As we see from this map, there is a large number of residential units being built in the High Grove community. And so immediately across the street from the existing High Grove School is an 846 unit development, which is currently being occupied. And then also there are two other areas identified in red with more than 800 units, more than 200 units and more planned for the future. And so we're trying to make plans for this. I'll also bring to your attention in the middle of this diagram as well is a blue box identified as High Grove 2 property. In my career in Riverside Unified School District, it has had many names, but currently is going by the name of High Grove 2. And so this, if we could go to the next slide, is a blow-up of the property itself. There is a nice landmark with the water tower, and the street at the bottom of the site is Spring Street. And so just to orient you where this is in the High Grove community. So we own this site. This was purchased a long time ago, and the board, in its infinite wisdom, knew that growth was going to happen out here, and so this was purchased at a much more affordable price, and is actually now just sitting fallow waiting for the residential development to catch up with our planning. In the next slide, we actually see a more detailed analysis. So some planning has been done for this campus. An architect has actually put together some preliminary drawings to be able to show what, and it, for lack of a better name, High Grove 2 is what it's being called, but what this elementary school might look like if that site were to be developed. If we go to the next slide, to summarize the current situation of the High Grove community, growth continues but slowly, and High Grove now has become our second largest elementary school. Again, RUSD owns that property that we just showed you before, so for a future school. And so in order to be able to do long-term pre-planning, staff is asking the board's direction as far as what their thoughts are about looking at this for future development of an elementary school. The district does not have sufficient funds nor sufficient enrollment at this time to be able to justify an elementary school. But as we've learned from our recent experience, it takes quite a few years to actually get a school ready to go. And so to be able to not have to rush and to do it strategically and get the school ready for the future, it won't happen in my tenure at Riverside Unified School District, but it will happen. And so for good planning purposes, we actually would go to the next slide and look at high-growth considerations. And the board may wish to consider conducting community meetings to develop a deeper understanding of what the neighborhoods are needing and what they're requesting. And then also collaborating with instructional services and all of our cabinet division partners regarding the design and opportunities for board consideration. So we do have some concepts that we've actually explored, which will allow us to really improve the overall milieu, as it would, of the northern schools, to be able to help them to be more complementary. This school actually would feed into the University Heights Middle School matriculation pattern, and so there's an opportunity for us to address some of those things as well. Currently, there's about $12 million set aside from developer fees and CFDs that have been tentatively assigned to this area. And so it gives us an opportunity to do some pre-planning both at the existing high-growth school because we actually have so few, we don't have a lot of extra capacity as the school continues to grow beyond 900 in anticipation of the future school. We may want to do some planning for the existing high-growth school as well as maybe completing plans for the next school in that neighborhood. And so with that, we actually would just yield to the board as far as your thoughts about those concepts. If you're open to that, or if you'd rather us to defer this planning to another time.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Colleagues? Ms. Vickers and then Dr. Hernandez-Alexander.
I had a question. You said this feeds into the University Heights matriculation pattern in North High School, I would assume. How are we doing capacity-wise at University Heights and North?
I'm sorry, I have poor hearing if I didn't tell you before. If you could repeat your question.
Yes, you had said that this High Grove school, it fills into the University Heights matriculation, and that I assume North would be the high school.
Yes, North would be the high school.
How are we doing capacity-wise there?
With North?
Yeah, and for University Heights.
So University Heights is somewhat of a choke point, and I would defer to Dr. Sosa, but I believe Mr. Deland might be able to look up the enrollment for University Heights, but we're at capacity at University Heights as we currently stand. So part of our suggestion is if the board would allow us to explore some options, we'd like to bring back some concepts that might actually solve multiple problems with one solution. But again, we want to know if that's something the board is interested in, or is it something that we want to put this off? Again, we don't currently have the enrollment for it, but we do think that for planning is good planning, and that's why we're bringing it to you tonight.
And that's kind of where I'm trying to hit with this question is, I think of it as a funnel, right? We funnel all these kids up to like North, and so what kind of decisions do we have to make at North, at University, to fulfill all these kids coming in? Because that's a lot of houses being built. So yeah, any ideas would be great. I would appreciate them. Thanks.
Thank you, Trustee Vickers.
Thank you. I'd like to explore an idea of doing something like a K through 8, or just kind of expanding in that general area where we can grow with the community into middle school and kind of keep all the students in their community until it's time to go to high school, and then see what happens at North. That'll become another problem. I think we'll have to figure that out too, but just of the options I'd like to see. We don't have a K through 8 right now. When we have these opportunities for new communities, new schools, I like the idea of introducing a new paradigm of schooling, if possible, whenever possible, to be creative, to open up our offerings. So,
terrific.
Dr. Tweeder, Mr. Kinnear, Ms. Solis, just jump in.
I don't have any specific comments other than that. I think proposing or bringing ideas to the table for us to explore is prudent, and all for it.
Thank you.
I'd like to hear more specific thoughts about when a school is going to be needed, and I know we can't just predict that, but we can do the best job we can. And if we're thinking that this enrollment is happening before 2035, if we go with 2035 as a part of this long-range facility plan, then we need to incorporate a new school in Highgrove into this facilities plan. If we don't think that it's going to happen before 2035, then we can just look at how else we might deal with the Highgrove situation.
I'm joking. I wish I was closer to Jerome Powell, and then I'd be able to tell you exactly what's going to happen. Do I think within that 10-year span, and actually we do have a citation in the long-range plan that actually identifies some of our unused properties as well as the Highgrove campus. It is cited in there as far as the concept. Within the next 10 years, and again, speaking to our financial advisors, and Ms. Power actually today successfully sold bonds at a significant discount. I believe it was more than $6 million. We received more savings from the refinancing than expected. Things went so well. And our financial advisors were even addressing the fact that they believe at least a quarter of a point cut, and possibly 2 this calendar year. If that's the case, again, it might spark more residential development in that area, and again, hasten the need for that. But again, I don't know. We can give you our best projection of when that's going to happen, but currently with Highgrove Highgrove Elementary School, our current Highgrove, it actually is over 900. And so again, we need to start thinking about that strategically, that eventually they'll exceed their capacity as well. And so we want to have a brake and the gas pedal working in tandem as we're planning both schools.
Well, I know you can't predict the future. You know more than I know, though, and I believe that that at some point interest rates are going to go down and housing is going to pick up, and certainly by 2035. So I think we have to pursue this school in this plan.
And I didn't want to come across as coy. The reason why we put it in the plan is because we do think within that span of 10 years that it's likely that it'll pick up enough that we won't want to be caught flat-footed, and we will be thankful that we have done the planning and we know what we're going to do and be ready to go when it's time for us to actually act. And so I would agree that I think that within 10 years we should expect that. Again, it's easy to defer if we had to, but doing the planning now, it never hurts. And like we've learned from OFI in particular, is that, the sooner you get things done, the more thankful and grateful you are. And that's what we're trying to do here, is to be forward-thinking.
Ms. Salas, do you have something to add?
Yeah, I would just, in terms of obviously we can't exactly predict how the population is going to grow. I would have to ask my P-Stats teacher to guide me on that. So obviously I cannot, speak on that. But I do think it's good that in our considerations we have the community forums. I think that would probably be a good first step to take, just because I do feel that if we are going, obviously it's not a set thing, but if we are going to build a new school or expand, or, that's going to definitely be something that the community would want to know about and or, have some input on. So I think, yeah, community forums are definitely going to be beneficial. My, I guess, opinion would be that that's probably a good first step to take so far.
And I think that the community forums would be a terrific opportunity, a terrific space to be able to float the concepts of the K-8, to be able to see if the community is open to that too. So it gives us an opportunity to open a dialogue with the community to say, what do you like and what do you don't like? And I use the example a lot of times is that if I invite you over to my house and I am making fish and you don't care for fish, well, it's kind of rude, and you're not going to be happy, and I'm not going to be happy you didn't like my fish. So the more we engage with the community, the more we ask them, what do you like and what are you expecting and what are you anticipating, the better off we'll all be happy. And so that's the goal for those community forums. So, and I do like fish. So
I like fish too. Thank you, Ms. Ellis. Anything else? So yeah, I agree with some of the comments and direction my colleagues shared. I remember when this Spring Mountain Ranch community first started getting built, the builders were telling families that we were building a school there. So I think there's going to be some expectation from some, at least the original buyers in that community, that a school was promised, even though it wasn't promised necessarily by us. But at some point there's going to be a school there, right? How soon, nobody knows. If we did, we wouldn't be in this business. But we do know that there's close to 900 students at High Grove, and they're going to keep coming if there's not a school there. And if they're not coming to our school at High Grove, then they're going to Grand Terrace. So then we're missing out on enrolling our kids in our schools. So I think there's an immediate need to address the current enrollment issues in that neighborhood, and I think we need a plan for that. That being said, I do think we need a plan for it with some careful thought on how do we plan to accommodate the students at High Grove now and be able to use that investment in the future when we have a second school. So I'm glad that we're thinking about those things, and with Ms. Vickers' point, talking about matriculation into the current middle school in that area at University Heights. We know that school is pretty much landlocked. It's going to be difficult to add significant enrollment there. So we're going to need a creative option if we want to keep those students in RUSD and not go to Grand Terrace. So I think as we plan for the future for this neighborhood, we need to make some immediate decisions now in terms of High Grove and how we can use those classrooms once we push kids over to the new school, whenever that is. So I'm also interested in some creative ideas, as Dr. Hernandez-Alexander said, whether that's a K-8, whether I can't even think of all the options. You all know that. That's your business. I'm sure there's some good examples out there of schools doing some creative things to accommodate learning classrooms of tomorrow, right? So I just want to keep all of that in mind, but I do think we need to plan now for High Grove, because those kids are going somewhere and should be in the neighborhood that they live in.
excellent, thank you.
Sir, go ahead.
The facilities plan has High Grove at 24 portables now. So I think that makes a statement with your point, Mr.
Yeah, and the nice thing is I know that all of our Measure O dollars are already allocated for other projects, but if we have developer funds and CFDs, that, let's not wait any longer to start planning. That should be, to me, at the forefront of any kind of facilities projects that we're currently working on.
To your point, Mr. Kinnear, excellent point and observation. There are 24 portables there. To our benefit, Measure O built a large wing addition there at that school, and you'll probably all remember, and I'm sure you have attended that space or been to that space. The nice thing, and providentially, the portables that that wing addition was intending to replace were left in place. So that allows us to have increased capacity as we plan for the future, that we don't have to spend a lot of extra money. The beauty of it is that we're well positioned for this. And again, as we work through the plans, we do have some concepts that we will share pretty rapidly about some of these concepts. And then once we actually hear from you, we'll present those to the community, making sure we don't want to get ahead of you, of course. But then at that point during the community forums, to be able to say, hey, is this something that rings true with you? But we do think that there's some really creative and wonderful options for that community.
Perfect. Anybody else have anything on this discussion? And staff, do you have enough information for us to proceed to the next topic?
Terrific. Yes, thank you.
All right, let's do that. Fremont and Batty.
So with this, we have an opportunity again to look at long-term planning. This concept is offered is in an attempt to address proposed residential developments that both impact Fremont and Batty elementary schools. The current hatched light purple area contains a proposed future development of 722 residential units. And again, we don't know when those are going to be installed, but the fact is that the proposed plan shows that they are coming. Now, if a boundary realignment were to be considered, the most opportune time would be before those residential units were sold so that the developer can guide home buyers' expectations and so that we have the least amount of disgruntled community members. Again, this currently is open space, and so it would be terrific to assign or reassign boundaries at this time. This adjustment would move the new development area into Batty's attendance boundary, giving Fremont relief from both the proposed development and the increased enrollment generated by the newly built residential development immediately across the street. And I think that's Orange Street. So immediately across the street, there's a residential development near the intersection of the 91 and the 60 freeway, where that will also impact Fremont. And so according to, and if we go to the next slide, this diagram shows that by making these adjustments, and again, these are enrollment projections, but if those hold true, then actually Batty would actually increase eventually to 658 and Fremont at 802. Again, both right-sizing those schools and being in close to a sweet spot of what we would expect for an elementary school. The other point to note here is that one student is the only one that's identified in that specific area, and so only one student currently would be in any way affected by this transition. And so again, we would ask the board's permission to explore this more, again, speak with the community and develop a deeper understanding of the strengths and limitations of this concept, seeing if the neighborhood has any concerns about it at both schools, and then bring that back to the board for your consideration. But that's the proposal that we had for this evening that we would like to explore.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Colleagues? Dr. Tweed?
I think you addressed it, but, dealing with this now and then minimizing disruption to the community as much as possible is ideal. And so, yeah, continue on with it in that direction.
Anybody else? All right. Ms. Vickers says she agrees. I agree too. I mean, this is ideal, right? If this is how you can plan things before they become developed and people are living there, then it makes things a lot easier. But there's no question that there's going to be some high-density development in both of these communities. And it's going to impact enrollment significantly. So I'm grateful to staff for bringing this ahead of time and being clear with what those boundaries will be moving forward. Did you have something? Go ahead.
This may not be a part of this discussion now, we can talk about this later, but with Fremont and Batty, is Fremont a DLI school?
It is.
It is, right? So is there any considerations there as far as programming when we're talking about changing boundaries, and how does being a specialized school impact the numbers based on the fact that they can't just jump over to Batty?
And if I may, I yield to our instructional expert.
Yes, I think in some other circumstances where there are actually children that are going to be moved that are there, 100%, that would be something we would need to take into effect. Within this particular configuration, there's only one child that's impacted, that's in one that'll move to another. So in this particular instance, that wasn't something that necessarily came high on the radar. But it is something that we will continue to watch as the boundaries change at the school.
Good question. Anything else? All right, let's move on to the next part.
And one other thing, I wanted to make a correction. So on the last one, I cited 802 students for Fremont, and the superintendent reminded me that the number is actually 702. So I misspoke, and I apologize for that. It was unintentional. So STEM, in all of its varieties, we have a lot of different opportunities to speak about STEM. STEM Academy and STEM Academy High School in particular, the #1 high school in California. Very happy to be able to share that news with everyone. And #10 in the United States. I think I'm going to think about getting a tattoo, even though I'm not a tattoo person, across my forehead, to be able to make sure that people know that. Because when I tell people that, they're unaware. And I think that we need to get that message out and to be able to talk about our successes more frequently. We're very careful about that. We provided here for you on this slide a history for STEM. And from the last 14 years, the history, the STEM school opened at Central with 5th and 6th graders. And you can see on this slide a variety of different transitions that have happened, from selection of future sites and CEQA, but a variety of different discussions have happened. And we currently are standing on the threshold of an opportunity. The CEQA, as you know, has been completed and has been referred to the UC Regents through UC Riverside for consideration. My person at UC Riverside has said that they were waiting for the new chancellor to come, and so at this point we don't have any other news other than that. But currently the board has made a decision to pursue STEM Education Center project on the UCR campus. And before the project is advanced, the UC Regents have to approve this, and that's a requirement for us to do anything further. So we can't do anything else with this project. RUSD may also wish to consider alternatives in the event the UC Regents disapprove of the project. I don't know if that's possible, but the fact is that it's taken a lot to get to this point, and as we've seen before, unusual things happen. And so again, it's part of a belt and suspenders approach to good planning. We may want to have that consideration brought up for the board. But again, this is a history on this slide of the last 14 years of a brief synopsis of what's happened. If we go to the next slide, understanding the future of STEM Education Center is key to understanding how we can complete the long-range facilities plan. So I can't finish the long-range facilities plan until we have some decisions about the possibilities of what we're going to do. And as some have said before me, are we going to stay at the existing campus? Would we move the campus? Should we put a lot of money into the existing campus? What should we do? And I don't know. And that's why we're seeking a direction from the board. Staff wishes to remind the community that this location where STEM Academy currently is has never been the permanent solution. It was only a piecemeal. When I was here the first time, we actually closed Hyatt, and it was for a variety of reasons. It was just not the most conducive site for a school, and yet it was reopened to be able to house the STEM campus. The current campus is subpar to other RUSD schools, and we want to make sure that we bring this campus or this program to parity and with significant renovations that would be necessary in order to be able to bring it up to that parity. One of the things that we have a challenge with is, and just as an example, is our high school students are doing their lab experiments in what was formerly a kindergarten classroom, and it just does not have the infrastructure, and they're working with temporary infrastructure to be able to, and they've still made the great strides that they have, but the infrastructure from a facilities perspective, again, is subpar. The site has numerous significant site constraints, which limit the design possibilities for an exceptional school. The narrow nature of the canyon and a variety of other building limitations and accessibility itself is a challenge for those who have actually ever been to the campus. Here we actually see some of the nicer buildings on the campus. They're the portables, and they actually are just identified to be able to show you a little bit of what the campus looks like. We can provide a deeper dive into that in the future. If we can go to the next slide, please. And just as a basis of comparison, we talked about this earlier, but here we see the site plan for the STEM Education Center on the UCR campus. The proposed site is at the corner of Blaine Street and Canyon Crest Drive, and it's in the unusually shaped rectilinear box identified RUSD stem. And so that is where we would like to bring the board to this next point, which is an opportunity for discussion. And in order to be able to seek deeper understanding from the board about what we're going to do, we'd like to do this workshop activity where we can actually go to the easel and as trustees would care to share criteria for preferred options of what we'd like to do, or if we do not want to seek any other alternative options about what to do with the current STEM or the future STEM projects, that would be fine too. But planning forward, we needed to identify strengths and limitations of those different options if we were to start talking about that. And then once again, when the activity is complete, Dr. Yamas with Cabinet would review whatever you develop as far as options. We develop those with more depth and then bring those back for further consideration. So these are simple concepts, nothing, and again, to quote the good doctor again, none of these decisions have been made. We're looking at what the possibilities might be, and this is just an opportunity for us to capture the board's desires and concepts so that we could move forward with improvements for our students. And with that, we'll go to your thoughts about any potential options.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Colleagues, I'm sure everyone's got something to share on this one. Who wants to start?
I'll start us off.
Okay.
I'm assuming this is just going to organically play out the strengths and limitations, but options, you mean like now is an opportunity for us to think outside of this current box that we're working with and talk about the strengths and limitations of that, or are we talking about the strengths and limitations of our current proposed solution at the UCR?
You're not going to like this answer, but the answer would be yes.
Okay, all of the above. All right, so I'm going in and I'm going to make it messy and then we'll go from there, okay? I've been thinking about this since the day I walked in here. And I'm really glad that we're finally going to have a real discussion about the needs of Riverside STEM Academy. I'd like to start with let's just talk about the knowns, right? Haight campus was built in 1964. You know, it's landlocked in 7.5 acres. The students at Riverside STEM Academy have no gym, are a STEM-centered program with no science labs, right? Their academic infrastructure doesn't allow it for, modern hands-on type of instruction that other schools get to enjoy. It lacks a single point of entry, which is a safety concern. And the pillars that we saw here, RSA scored in the top 10 pillars multiple times, right? Overall site score, top 10. The need for portable replacements, a need for renovation of infrastructure, and then the lack of campus equity compared to other campuses as far as what they need to succeed. Science labs being chief among them. Those are the knowns, right? I feel like we need a solution now, and I feel like this is a good starting point to create a new solution. Over the years, direct and long-term solutions have been, I feel like the current conversation that we've been quite bluntly, politically, ping-ponging about has held hostage any real solutions for our students that desperately need a school and a facility that is on par with the excellent teaching and learning that's happening at RSA. So currently, the solution that we have on the table, and we've had on the table for several years now, is continuing at the STEM Center with UCR. Looking at the terms of the lease and looking at what has been negotiated thus far, I see this, right? UCR agrees to lease the land for $1. The construction total cost is somewhere around $132 million to build from the ground up. With an understanding that RUSD will fund and build the STEM Center on UCR property that is leased property for 50 years, guaranteed, with the potential of 10 more years and a potential of 10 more years on top of that. The current school it sits in is 64 years old, so we wouldn't be guaranteed past 50 years on that lot. And we'd have to pay for any renovations along the way. In section 12.2 of the agreement, it says that any improvements made will be at the cost of RUSD. Upon expiration or early termination of this agreement, the property goes to the university without compensation, and also the university has the option to demolish the STEM Center. So in potentially 50 years, we will be here again having to build another STEM Center or having to build another RSA, and our students are going to be, again, in a position that they don't have what they need. That's hard. It's hard to get past. Just the details and the reality of that. So as we create solutions and we create options that are outside of what we've already talked about, I think it's incredibly important that we remain in good relationship with UCR. I think that any solution that we do come up with should come along with it an MOU directly, an instructional partnership that continues to invest in STEM education in the region. We're natural partners as the district that feeds into UCR, and UCR to continue to pour into our students. I think that whatever we do, I would like to see an MOU written out where we have a continued positive partnership with UCR. So anyway, the set of realities, there's a lot of things that we wish we had, there's a lot of things that we prefer, there's a lot of community involvement in preferences. The number one priority for myself and for this board, I think I can speak for most of you, is that we prioritize the needs of the students. And so whatever the students need, that is where I'm going to move toward. And so we can no longer hold hostage a solution for these students. We have to bring a solution. We have to come up with a new idea. We have to make it work, and we have to continue a good partnership with UCR, in my opinion. So that's, I'm glad we're here, and I'm glad that we're going to talk about solutions. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hernandez-Alexander. Who wants to go next? Go ahead, Dr. Twain.
I appreciate your comments on the matter, Dr. Noemi. I think I've struggled with this decision on what direction to take this, because I mean, a lot of it's been baked in well before I got here. I do think we need to find a solution sooner than later for our STEM Academy, and I know we've had some disagreements on the direction we should take. I think I don't want to hold the students hostage any longer, but I also don't want to, sacrifice progress for one side or the other detracting. I think we should come together as a board, and make a compromise on, how the STEM Center gets built is important, but I would encourage or would love to see this board come together to be committed to an independent STEM Center, both to increase capacity and both to invest in this successful program. So that's my focus, is to see the STEM Center have adequate facilities and expanded capacity. And how we get there, I don't think, as Naomi said, I don't think we should be, hopefully we cannot be held hostage politically by either side on how we get that accomplished. And I think, like I said in the past, I don't want to close the door on UCR option, but I want to explore options to see, the reality, this come to fruition. And so that would be my take on this matter.
Ms. Salas, did you have anything? You want to go now? All right, go ahead.
I just had a few questions. So like for the history and the continued, it says that obviously, the existing location for STEM isn't a permanent solution, but then it also says major renovations needed. So I guess my question is, for the major renovations, those would be temporary, and then if they are major, how I suppose, how would we finance something that isn't, I guess, final? It's not permanent, but necessary.
Think facilities. Okay. When you graduate, we're going to talk. Okay. No, excellent questions, and very strategic in the way that you were looking at this situation. So the existing campus where it is at, because it's taken such a lengthy amount of time, there's been a lack of interest in investing in a campus that we may or may not want to stay in, and we don't know. And that's why we're bringing this to the table tonight to hear the board's thoughts about how we can move forward, because Mr. Precy's doing terrific stuff, but he's using duct tape and baling wire in order to be able to make their school work. But the fact is and they're doing wonderful things, but we know that they could do even better if they had a better facility. And nobody wants to, live in a cardboard box. And so the fact is that we want to do something. I think at this point, that's the conundrum, is that if we invest too much in a site that really is challenging, it's kind of like, there's an old expression, making a silk purse out of a sow's ear. And the idea in medieval times is you would cut off the ear and you didn't want to waste it. So you spend too much money trying to make this sow's ear into a silk purse. And basically the idea is you're throwing good money after bad. So I think you hit the nail on the head, is that the existing Hyatt campus we know is not as viable as it should be for the purpose that we're using it for. And so I think that's what we're looking at, is, are there other opportunities? What can we explore? Is the issue with UCR, how do we force them to the table if that's the way we want to pursue that project, or do we want to do something altogether different? And again, we're staff, so we're happy to do whatever the board's desire is and explore as many options as necessary, but let's do something awesome for our kids. And I think many people here at the table have already said that. So that's what we want to do as staff too, is support the board in their vision of doing that.
Yeah, thank you. That is actually really, really enlightening. So I guess kind of like a question that, I guess to just add on to that. So for the major renovations, right? I know, you obviously already answered that, thank you. But for the renovations, is that cost, I guess we could say, less than what we would use in terms of financing the UCR campus, or just in terms of cost, what would be more cost effective, the renovations on the current campus, or simply going straight into UCR financing that campus?
From a sustainability perspective, it depends on the types of spaces that we're going to use, converting or retrofitting an existing space, because we already own the land, for example, we already have the infrastructure. Even if I scraped everything that was off there and we started from scratch, there's a lot of benefits that we would be starting from. But the Hyatt campus itself is strategically challenging because of the topography. It's horrible. And so there's a lot of challenges that are created as a result of it. So your example is difficult to answer because it's some of, and again, we really need to, as staff, understand as our marching orders to go to UCR and to really say, hey, let's put this on the agenda and let's move forward, or are there other opportunities that we can explore because we're a creative bunch and we can come up with some ideas to be able to pursue, doing something for kids today instead of having to wait. And again, it depends on, I can't speak for UCR. I don't know what their passion or their desire is for the project, but they've had some recent leadership transition, and so that's kind of stalled the project. And so we're waiting to hear from that too, I think.
I mean, I'm definitely in agreement with the fact that, if the topography is bad, then that's, that's just sort of a problem that you can't fix land. I mean, you can, but,
And if I could add one thing, sometimes it's secret answer C. So maybe it's not necessarily always the answers that you see in front of us. Maybe there is a secret answer C out there that in the right creative opportunity, it's like, oh, wait a minute, this is even better than we originally thought. But we're fixated on, well, this is how we've always done it. And I think that as an old person, I get stuck in doing that. And I would encourage you to always look for new opportunities and be creative, because that's what we're trying to seek to do today.
Yeah, I was actually going to ask, I don't know currently what kinds of, land RUSD owns, or if there's any opportunity for other areas of the community. I mean, if as you were saying, we don't want to stick to just these two options. If it is possible and if it is wise, and obviously the number one priority is if it's best for the students, this is not a suggestion, but just I'm throwing it out there, like we could, if we already have like another, land that we could use, possibly building another campus there. I'm not entirely sure how beneficial that is, again, because I don't know what RUSD currently has. But yeah, I mean, if we want to consider like a third option, a C, yeah, I mean, I would say it's good, just as long as the STEM students aren't, or how do I explain it? As long as we don't keep putting it off, because, I'm sure they're frustrated. So, just for the betterment of the students, I think a plan C, if we could come up with one, would be awesome. Or maybe like a mix of both. I don't know, but yeah, plan C sounds good.
All right, thank you, Ms. Salas. Anything else? Thanks for adding to the conversation. That's a pretty big compliment. She said you were enlightening. I picked up on that. It's high praise right there, sir.
It's the reflection of my shiny head. That's what it was, I'm sure.
I mean, well, it's just everything that I've, been doing. It's just, I've never done anything like this.
You're doing awesome. No,
definitely is.
You're doing great.
Enlightening. I'm learning
You're reminding
a lot.
You're reminding us why you were chosen to be a trustee.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Vickers and then Mr. Kinnear.
I'll be brief. So I want to start out. I do believe in STEM education. I do not believe this STEM center at UCR is the proper way to do it. I would like to see a conversation between our staff. I see Mr. Zonkers. I believe the principal from STEM is here. You guys are the secret sauce. You guys have done well with your programs. I would like to see how can we spread that out across our district. Make every high school as awesome as your school. I would like partnerships. We have so many colleges here in our community. I would love to see us engage in partnerships with UCR, La Sierra University, the community college, Cal Baptist, to, have those experts come into the classroom. They love, you talk to a college professor, if they love what they're doing, they're going to come and share it with as many people as possible. So I really think that we can get creative and see what we can do with our current facilities. And if we need to renovate, the Hyatt campus, let's do it. If we need to do something else, I think that would be, I would love to see the other options that we come up with. I just don't think that the current idea of the UCR Center holding us hostage to the lease of the UC Regents, potentially losing the school in 50 years, I just don't think that's being a good steward of taxpayer money. Further, I have met with a lot of the people, my constituents, and they have shared with me that is also their belief. So I do want to respect the fact that some of them are here in the audience. I want to respect their opinions as well, because that's why we're all here, is to represent our constituents. Thank you.
Mr. Kinnear.
Thank you. I want to refer back to slide 1, and you don't have to go to it because I want to go to the last statement, and that is CEQA is ready for UC Region's approval September of 2025. CEQA was ready for UC Region's approval a long time ago. It's not September of 2025 that I think back in May, some of our constituents were angry with me because I called for a vote in closed session on should we pursue the UCR school or shouldn't we pursue the UCR school, and this board said we're going to pursue the UCR STEM campus, and UC hasn't acted on it. So that's a concern of mine. STEM needs to be a priority. You're absolutely right, Dr. Hernandez Alexander. It has to be a priority for us, and the holding hostage is probably not a bad analogy. We do keep pushing it aside. We do keep kicking the bucket down the road when our kids need help now. I mean, it's absolutely incredible to think that our STEM kids are doing science labs in kindergarten classrooms and bending over at the sink to work down low. I mean, they need our attention. There's no question about it. With the UCR, with the STEM Center at UCR, it won't be my choice. It won't be my choice ever. I think my colleagues know that. Other people have known that. I've been very clear. I don't think that building a STEM center at UCR is in the best financial interest of this district, period. And I've thought a lot about this, and I'm concerned about STEM kids, but I'm not changing my mind on that statement. So I think I've been a part of kicking the bucket down the road, and I don't like feeling that way. That's not what I want to do, but it's not in our best financial interests. It's unacceptable to use facility dollars with the potential of donating the building back to UCR in 50, 60, or 70 years. That's not acceptable. The lease does say that the university agrees to reasonably cooperate with us. And that's encouraging, but it's also at no expense to them. And they're very clear throughout the lease that no expense to UCR. Trust me, if that's the route we're taking, and that's the route this board has already said we're taking, we're opening up our wallets. That's what we're doing as a school district. What's our true investment in this facility for the 50 or 70 years that we use it? We need to consider that. So let's discuss the long-range plan of STEM. We have to do something. That you're right that STEM needs to be a priority. I wasn't saying, Dr. Hernandez Alexander, when I made the comment about is the current facility a tear down, I wasn't saying or implying that that's what we were going to do or that was our plan, but it goes to show you, how that site works with our facility, with improving that facility. It's a bad site for our facility, and I think that's why staff, when they're looking at what our facilities plan should be, looks at spending $170+ million on that campus in order to make things right. I'm not sure I agree with them all, with all their things. I certainly understand science labs and new classrooms and counseling facilities and those kinds of things. I think I'd like to have a discussion about a gymnasium and locker rooms for middle school, locker rooms for high school. We can't compare STEM to our middle school. STEM is different. We don't have a gym at a number of our schools that are specialty schools because they're not designed for that. But does STEM need our help? Absolutely. And should it be one of our priorities? Yes, it should be. So let's discuss what the options are. That the current option that we're pursuing is UCR STEM high school. That's our current option. And then what else might we consider? We can keep it as the long range facilities plan suggests. We can keep it at the current site and invest the $170 million or whatever it comes out to be to make that site the location that best serves our STEM kids. We could repurpose another site that we're in declining enrollment. We just saw what's happening with numbers at a number of our with potential numbers at a number of our schools. We could repurpose another site that might be better. We could repurpose another site for a 9-12 school, for a 7-12 school, for a 5-12 school, a 5-8 school. We can look at whatever configuration works best for our STEM students. So we can repurpose and reconfigure in the best way possible. We could look at an existing site. Started at Central Middle School. I wasn't around when it started at Central Middle School, but there was lots of discussions with RCC, and Riverside Community College was embracing the thought of being able to collaborate. I'm not saying that that's the best idea, but I'd certainly like to hear from current STEM staff and our district staff about what works in terms of repurposing another site. We could look at an existing high school that we said that STEM shouldn't be a part of an existing high school, but North is right down the street. We could look at putting it at North. We could look at putting it at Arlington, at Ramona, at other high schools that have potential space. We could look at other existing sites that we own. That's typically a very expensive option, and it's not one that I'm necessarily in favor of because it's expanding our footprint even more in a declining enrollment situation. But we could look at that and talk about that. So I guess the bottom line is yes, we need to support STEM, and we need to do something, I think, as soon as possible, and we need input from all people that are concerned about STEM, not only the current parents and teachers and staff, but also our district staff, our current high school principals and middle school principals and elementary school principals. They have ideas. I haven't heard any of their ideas, but I'd like to hear from them. I'll go back to my statement before that collaboration it makes us better, and I haven't heard us collaborate with other schools about what's best for STEM. But I can honestly say, and I'm not trying to be a jerk here, but I'm not supportive of building a STEM center at UCR. I'm not going to change my mind. It's not acceptable. And the more we kick the can down the road, the longer it is before we can look at with real solutions that we're in complete control of for STEM. I think that's it. Thanks.
Thank you. So what I'm hearing, Mr. King, is you're a maybe for UCR STEM Center. No, I think we know where you stand, Mr. Keenan. I appreciate you being consistent and transparent through this whole process. So here's a few thoughts I have on this. One, I think the comment was made, and maybe it's just, the way it was shared, but this board has made a decision to pursue the option of a STEM center at UCR. Unfortunately, as all my colleagues have alluded to, it's been the only option. So I think that's why this conversation is, I invite this conversation to take place, because what options we had in 2011 when this first was undertaken, what process we had when we first began conversations with UCR at a different site, then a second site, and now a third site. Even when we approved CEQA for the current site, there wasn't other options that we have now. But I think to abandon an option that many community members have pursued for over a decade, I think that multiple administrations, 3 superintendents now, have pursued, multiple boards that have pursued. We've invested, whether we like it or not, $2 million on this CEQA and this whole process with UCR. I think to abandon that option at the goal line, it just doesn't make any sense. It's not obligating us to necessarily build that school. As was shared, we don't have any money. We don't have any money to build any of the schools. So why would we take away an option? More options are always better. Pursuing the option for a lease is not mutually exclusive to any of the things that Mr. Kinnear said, right? We can still now, I think it's true, we have been held hostage by our own doing and just by, hot and cool from UCR wanting to pursue this project. But I think now that we have the CEQA done, all the hard work has been done, all the money has been spent. I think to keep that option on the table in case that is the only option available to us or a future board, why would we want to give that up? At the same time, because we've been held hostage, I think it's important that we look at other potential options that are available to us that weren't available a year or two ago. We had a discussion earlier tonight about how the impact of enrollment at 2 new neighborhood schools is going to impact other school sites. So, of course, I think we don't know what the regions are going to do. We don't know what the new chancellor is going to do. So we should pursue alternatives to give us choices to make sure that we are doing what Ms. Salas said is best for students. So I think that, I would ask staff, given the discussions tonight about boundary changes, what other options are available? And do they make sense? To also consider, not at the expense of not considering UCR. Because I do think in a perfect world, having a state-of-the-art STEM education center at a UC campus is something that is incredible. Incredible for our city, incredible for our students, incredible for our families. The synergies that could be built between our students and their students, our faculty and their faculty. I mean, it's hard to just leave that after over a decade of building those relationships and making those commitments, having those discussions. I just think it would be foolish to abandon at this point. As was shared in the presentation, this site at Hyatt is and always was temporary, right? I don't remember exactly why I was on the board when we were at Central, but I think it was a capacity issue. We did not have the facilities to accommodate another grade level. So what did we do? We kicked the can down the road, as the analogy was used earlier, and we had an open site at Hyatt, which was closed for reasons that Mr. Williams said. And so we've made that facility work for a decade. And it's pretty incredible what that staff, what that community, and what those students have been able to do with the facilities that have been given to them. So I try to look forward that if our students in our district can do what they have done and come up with the results that they have accomplished, with the facilities that they had. What could we accomplish if we had facilities worthy of the instruction in which they're being given? Right? I think that is, who knows what could happen. Not to mention that we have 1,500 students who would like to have the same opportunity the kids that are there now to also pursue. Right? So I know, Trustee Vickers, you mentioned you want to spread STEM across the district. And the good news is we already do that. Every one of our campuses has STEM opportunities for our kids. The difference is this STEM campus is specifically for students who want to pursue STEM as a focus. And it's the only place that they can do that. Kids that want to pursue STEM, in addition to other things, sports, band, visual arts, they can go to any one of our other comprehensive high schools and get that experience right now today, which is great. I think if you go and tour that campus, not only to see the facilities, but to talk to the students, they'll tell you what the secret sauce is. It's the community that campus has built together with one another as students, with their staff, with their teachers, with their administrators. That is what makes that school unique. Can we replicate it across the district in other locations? I sure hope so, and I think we do. And I think we have pockets of that. IB at North, right, I think is a great example. The biomedical program at Arlington, right? So I think we have lots of those examples throughout those schools. And what that success is because we're a district of choice. We've been able to create these unique programs throughout our district to attract the different types of learners that we educate in our schools. So I think that, I'm glad that we're having this conversation tonight, but we should not put all of our eggs in one basket and bank on this UCR thing, because we don't know what the trustees are going to do. We don't know what's going to happen. I'm jumping ahead here, but let's say the trustees approve it. Let's say it comes back to us. We have a conversation. We approve it. What happens if we get sued? Right? What's going to happen then? It's out of our hands again. So we're tied, we're handcuffed again. So I want to look at alternative options in case my first choice is not an option. What else did I want to share? Yeah, so I know this has really been the first opportunity to have a discussion with this new board, and I welcome it today. And I know we're not making any decisions today, but I think it invites a conversation that we haven't been able to have. I'm listening. I'm open. But just as Mr. Kinnear shared, he's not going to change his mind. I'm not going to change my mind with having the option to go to UCR. Doesn't mean that I'm going to, when the time comes, if that option's on the table, that's the only option I'm going to consider. But I think we're too close and come too far and invested too much money and made too many promises not to pursue that still. All right, yeah. Dr. Tweed.
One thing I wanted to consider, we've talked about kicking the can down the road. And I have the same reservations I think a lot of us have about being good financial stewards of our money and the long-term investment. And that's a cost to consider. But I also think maybe a greater cost is kicking the can down the road another 10, 15 years. That's lost opportunity for these students. And so waiting for the perfect option or is sometimes going to be more harmful for our students and our community than maybe settling on an option that we don't like, but we're getting a STEM academy for our students. And if we have to adapt along the way, that's something to consider. I definitely think what I'm hearing from my colleagues is another option given the uncertainty on multiple fronts, because I don't like hearing, I don't like this option, or this is not an option for me, but we're not having a solution or an alternative, because what I think we're hearing from at least the majority is that we want an option for STEM Academy to grow. And so, right now, I'm not closing options, but I think we need to act sooner than later. And so, I would give that direction to our staff, is to, create an option for us, and we can weigh together as a board. We know the pros and cons, I think, pretty thoroughly of the UCR option. And then, let's take action to make this board happen, to make the school happen. Because I think, we can get creative, and, if there's a will to make the school happen, or we can decide, then I think we can, not that we can grow money on trees, but I think if there's a will to make the school happen, we'll get it done.
Thank you. I don't disagree with either of your points. I like the concept of having a STEM center at UCR. I think it was a previous board member who made a really good point, is that there was a poison pill put in that agreement that said, you don't get to keep it and we might demolish it. That kind of changed, from my understanding, is like our options. We talk a lot about the secret sauce, and when I came on the board, I did meet with Dr. Standerford, the principal at the time, Mr. Standerford, and that was the question, what's the secret sauce? And that's been my question, not the secret sauce, a special sauce. And I have come to learn that it is the cohort nature of the way that they progress together, the way that these kids grow together, the way that they interact with the same administrators, the way they interact with the same principal, the way they have community, the way it creates a safe place for them to grow, to be creative, to take risks. It's a very special place. We got a really good lesson in what the difference is between a STEM program and a STEM academy from our previous school board, student board member, remember? Who's back there and is telling us, this is how it works. This is the difference between a program and an academy. I believe that part of that special sauce is that they remain an academy and that they will be able to continue to grow the way that they do. If we split them up, it will change that dynamic. If we dilute their programming, it will change that dynamic. We can do both. This is not a zero-sum game. We can both invest in STEM at every school, everywhere in the district, and we can uphold a stellar STEM academy and create a facility worthy of their talent. I think we can do both. I want to push against all of that zero-sum. If they have this, then they don't have that. That is not accurate. We can do all of it. So as we continue to create solutions, STEM Center with UCR, as it is today, is moving forward. It's in the court of the regions right now. So we don't have a whole lot of say of what is happening immediately next. While we wait for the regions, we still need to figure out how to raise money to build it if we were going to go in that direction. Find those philanthropists who really love STEM education and are willing to invest in a school like that. I know the RSA Foundation has been, is committed to raising the money. I mean, there's a way forward in that direction as well. It's not, in my opinion, the fiscally sound way to go. But it's an option, and I'm not going to close the door on that. But while we wait, we need to create a third option. And in my opinion, I would like to see those students stay together. I would like it to be a STEM center, STEM academy, that it continue to be what it is now. I like the idea of repurposing schools. There are some campuses right now that sit next to each other, very close to each other, an elementary and a middle school, for example. As we move around, we could explore, keeping those campuses together so that the school can still be cohesively together, but they're in two different campuses, and then we can increase the capacity. So I do want to encourage us to increase the capacity at the academy, allow more students in, rather than break them up and spread it out. So those are just some of the things that I want to make sure that is a part of the solution, is to keep those students together in an academy.
Yeah, Mr. Kinnear.
I want to thank you too, Mr. Lee, for being direct and letting us know how you feel and think. I appreciate that. I don't think, well, I guess I'm not sure we're abandoning at the goal line. I mean, we've been at the goal line for a long time. And I worry that when we keep this issue open, which that's what we're doing, that we're not meeting the needs of the STEM kids. And I don't know what we could do tomorrow to meet the needs of all the STEM kids, knowing that we need to invest significant dollars in either that campus, a different campus, multiple campuses. I don't know what the option is. Knowing we have to invest a lot of money. I can't do that now with the fact that we might be wasting it away with building a UCR STEM school. That's my issue with that. I think we need to do things immediately to help STEM. That we've been waiting too long. You say if we split the school up, we're splitting the school up in our current plan, where the high school kids are going to the UCR and the 5A kids are staying at Hyatt or another facility or whatever we decide. So we're abandoning the idea of them being a single school. Increasing the capacity. I'd like to consider increasing the capacity, but I want input on whether or not that's a good idea from principals and science teachers and instructional specialists. So, right now the idea is to build for 1,200 students at UCR. So we are looking at expanding the capacity, but I don't know if that's a good idea or not. I'd really like to hear from staff. I want to help STEM students, and I want to do it. I want to do it now. I want to do it without waiting to see if we can raise money to build a STEM campus, to see what the UC Regents have. We got to do something now.
A couple of things. I appreciate your urgency, Mr. Kinnear. One thing, I know you mentioned that, you just mentioned it, so I just wrote it down, 1,200. So our CEQA documents do say 1,200, up to 1,200, 800 full-time, 400 part-time. And that's just for the CEQA document. So okay. Either way, we haven't had, I think that's another conversation. If we get there, we have to have, right? We don't, just like you said, I 100% agree. We don't want to make these decisions in isolation. We want to know how they're going to impact our other campuses. So I think that conversation, regardless of where the STEM center is eventually located, how big that school is an important discussion to have, and to check with staff to see how that will impact our other locations as well. I think that's crucial. And I agree that we need to do something now, but my concern is we don't have any money now. So I would like to know a little bit more about, like, when you say now, what do you mean by that? And then I was going to make the same comment you did about your comment, Trustee Hernandez-Alexander, is we are breaking up the school, right? For sure, and that was always the intent, right? The 912 kids are going to be somewhere, the 58 kids are going to be somewhere. I think the goal was to have those two locations somewhat close. And in the scenario where if it was at UCR and then the current school is 5 through 8, that would be relatively close. I'd also like to have more discussions about that because I do think that principle, it makes sense to have those two campuses close, working together. But my understanding in practice, there's not really any synergy in terms of, the middle school kids working with high school kids or vice versa. They really operate as two separate campuses. And the secret sauce or the special sauce is still happening without that. So maybe just the idea that they're close helps, I'm not sure, but that would be another conversation. I think that would be important to have. Anybody else? No? Thoughts, nothing? Staff, has this been helpful at all?
Incredibly, and we're very thankful. I think that what I've heard from all of you is I'll work with the superintendent, instructional services, and the rest of cabinet to be able to come back with some options for consideration. But I also heard very clearly is that we want to pursue the UCR option, find out where we stand with that. So I think that we're going to work on multiple tracks at the same time. And then we'll actually bring it to the board for further input to say if we're on the right track or if we want to go a different way. But am I hearing that correctly?
Yeah, and I'd be interested in what my colleagues think about what I'm about to say, but I don't want the staff to be put in a corner, but a lot of this has been board driven from the start since, I've been on the board the longest, even before I was on the board. And I don't recall staff really telling us or giving us an opinion on what they think is best for the district financially and the best service to students and the best service to families. So I think as we're pursuing these options, that we're now bringing up what staff's recommendation is, if they have a recommendation. I think there's been some hesitation, and I get it, about not giving a recommendation, because at one time there was 5-0 to have a school at UCR. So obviously things have changed, and I understand that. But given this conversation tonight and kind of the building of a new long-range facility master plan, based on the current circumstances and the current direction the board is providing direction to you all, what input, direction, emphasis we should be considering.
Can I also jump in? Oh, go ahead. Oh, well, I'll just go and then I'll close it out. But I think input from students and the teachers, Dr. Caldwell, the principal of the current principal of RSA, that we get their that their input is really necessary. We know what we thought we wanted to happen. We knew, we talk about, like, we were always going to break up the school, that we were always going to do this, that whether we go to UCR or somewhere else, we're going to split up the school. But they have become the #1 high school in California. Why? That's what we need to figure out. And how do we continue to keep that? That's the first thing. And I think that we really need buy-in from RSA themselves. And we wanted to hear what they have to say as far as what they believe works for them, students, what teachers believe works for them, what administrators believe works for them at RSA. That's going to be a big, important piece. I guess I'm kind of beating this horse of, like, keep the kids together, because I realize that's what's happening there. There is a neighboring district with a state-of-the-art STEM center in the back of their high school. Guess what they're not? They're not the #1 high school, STEM high school in California. Because there's something about the way RSA is operating right now that has made them successful. And so I really want us to clue in on that. So I just want to say that.
Anybody have anything else? Or good? All right, let's move on to the last item of discussion before we open it up to the public.
Thank you so much.
One more.
And thank you very much for that. That was incredibly helpful. Well, I guess Dr. Llamas thinks we're done, so you're the boss. Yes, that's perfect. The last item that we have is Twain. Twain Elementary School has enrollment challenges in that, again, a popular school, a lot of construction around that area. And so Twain has become our largest elementary school and continues to grow and will soon exceed capacity. So that creates a challenge for us and for the school, faculty, for the students and parents themselves. Staff has identified 3 conceptual solutions, but seeks greater understanding with regard to trustee preferences. The 3 conceptual solutions are considering a boundary adjustment and the associated impacts. Now, what that would be is that staff has looked at some preliminary drawings, but the concept would be is that we would actually have to shift some of the current Twain students and try to fit. Now, all those schools are somewhat impacted, and so there's some dominoes that would have to fall. Multiple schools would be impacted, and hundreds of families would be impacted in a boundary change in order to be able to right-size Twain. The other option that we would present is to expand the school. And again, I give deference to our instructional services experts, but that division would agree, because we've collaborated on this topic before, is that there becomes a size where an elementary school is too large and really begins to hurt itself and hurt the students who actually are served there. And so again, if we know that a smaller school, or at least not growing any larger, would help, does making a building campaign and trying to find the funds to build a wing addition to make a school that maybe is the size of a middle school, is that really efficient? But that is an option to consider. We do own land immediately adjacent to the school, and we do have some preliminary sketches that would show what that might look like. The third option that we that staff has considered, and again, we will look forward to the board if you have different options that we may have not considered and brought forward tonight, but would be a bridging option. And what that would mean is that, very similar to our colleagues in Corona Norco, when they actually have a lot of similar situations and they haven't had a school built for that capacity, or they have had a lot of development in areas where schools are over capacity, they actually cap the enrollment of that school. And so the concept would be is that Twain's grade by grade enrollment would be capped at a certain number, again, prescribed by instructional services. And what would happen is if a new family were to be moved in, we would actually, if we had a cap, we would communicate that to the developers in the neighborhood to be able to say, here's the situation, and the cap has been placed on this school. Your new home school, for any families that would move in, would be another school. We have adjacent schools that do have available capacity, not a lot, but enough to be able to take the surplus capacity. And so this bridge would be providing transportation only for the families that are actually minimally dislocated. So for example, if 2 families a month were to move in and they both had second graders, the 2 second graders would be provided transportation to go to a bridging school until capacity opens up at Twain or until something else happens. Those are the 3 options that we actually had identified. But again, we're open to exploring any other options, and we're just looking forward to hearing what the board's thoughts are on which one of these options we would like to develop further, if you want us to develop all of them further, if you want to leave things the way that they are. And with that, we would actually move to board discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. How about we start with you, since it's your trustee area?
Sorry, thank you. Bridging to another campus, I'm sorry, I kind of missed that. Bridging to another campus means what? Busing to another campus? What does that mean? Okay.
Exactly. And so what would happen is in the Twain, so it's not a deluge, it's more of a trickle, but it's a constant dripping of new students coming in. And so we know we're going to reach capacity. Instructional services would say, okay, at this, second grade is capped at a certain number where we can fully fill our classrooms and be efficient with our use, but then any more second graders would be bridged to, and so it would only apply for new families moving into these new homes. If we communicate this with the developers soon enough, the developers would say, Dr. Llamas, welcome to Riverside, and you bought a lovely home, but we want to make sure that you know that your home school is not Twain. It would be Rivera or Franklin, for example. And again, I would defer to Dr. Sosa as far as what other school, maybe there's another school that I'm not thinking of, but we would bus those students from Twain but it only becomes 1 or 2 or 3 per month or per every couple months that would actually need to be relocated only because they just bought into the neighborhood and the school is at capacity. If there's capacity each grade level, let's say you have a third grader and you moved in and we have capacity at third grade, then they would stay at Twain. We want to minimize the busing, but in this opportunity, the school, because of its capacity, we need to find some way to be able to accommodate those new incoming students.
Okay, so the boundary for our district, are you aware of new homes being built in that area? And are they in RUSD district or are they there's a neighboring district? Is Barton the street that divides us between RUSD and the other district? I forget, what's the district, Valverde?
Valverde, yes. Valverde to the south. And so as a district of choice, we do have folks who do want to come to Riverside Unified School District because we're so awesome. But in that specific boundary area, there are new homes being built. I believe there's around 200 or 300 homes that are still on the books to be built. And there's
on the west side of Barton?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And that is
south of Twain.
So that's clearly in our district.
And it's clearly within our boundary as a school district. And so we know the generation rate won't be 300 students, but it'll be sizable and it'll create a problem for the capacity. This is, again, only temporary because we know the same thing happened at a school like Rivera, for example. Rivera was bristling and overflowing with students, and so we continue to grow. What happens is that as the neighborhood matures, their students, they stay in place, and then they don't produce as many students at, elementary school, and so then we'll see this bubble matriculate through our other schools. But this is a current situation that we're facing, and we just wanted to bring it to the board for your consideration.
Okay, so my next question is, given that growth, are there enough CFD dollars coming in to be able to say we could put money towards expanding Twain into the properties that we own right next door?
So, and I appreciate Ms. Power sitting here. So we do have CFD and developer fee dollars, and I'm going to look to her for concurrence. Is that an estimate to do a wing addition, to do something that would accommodate this, is approximately $10 or so million. We don't have quite enough funds to be able to meet that need. We're close, but we don't have enough to be able to pay for that today. And so we would be looking for additional funds to be able to expand it. And I think that we have some fantastic designs. We've looked at some sketches that really would make a wonderful opportunity. The problem at that point is that does an elementary school the size of a middle school, does it make sense and is it good for children's education? And I think that's what we're concerned, is that it really becomes, and again, I want to defer to Dr. Sosa because I'm a chicken, and have him address the fact that an elementary school of that size is really not the best for students. So, but Dr. Sosa, am I correct in that?
Yes, I would concur. Having an elementary school up of 12 and 1,300 students presents some unique challenges for supervision. I mean, you get a campus now that is 25% larger than what a normal campus is, and so you have that need as well. Being able to provide the same amount of programming and those type of things. It's not optimum, but it can be done. But when we look across the nation, we don't see schools of that size, and there's a reason for that.
Mr. Kinnear.
I think we need to be looking at all three options. Building classrooms is my least favorite. That if there was a solution here that if we brought in another portable and we could handle kids and we think that it's gonna be a solution that lasts for a while, then I think we could consider that. But I think we need to look at boundary changes, and I think we need to look at bridging to another campus. With bridging to another campus, you refer to communicating with developers, and I understand why we would communicate with developers. But if I was renting, if I wanted to rent an existing home and I was new to that area, renting an existing home, I would be bridged to another campus.
That's correct.
So it's not just talking to developers. I mean, it's talking to homeowners and everybody in the community.
Well said, and I was only specifically talking about the planned growth for the construction, but it's a desirable area, and if a family did move in and they had children, they would be forced to do the same thing. And so, again, communication is key if we were to look at the bridging option to make sure that the community knew that this was something that was available, and potentially landlords and everyone else. So the communication would be key.
Knowing that district enrollment continues to be on a decline, knowing that we're building new elementary schools, and that's changing, that's going to impact other schools, I think we need to, the board needs to see what potential boundary changes might look like. I'm not saying that I'll support them, but I think it's important for us to look at all of that.
Ms. Vickers, did you have something?
I just want to reiterate my support with Mr. Kinnear. I think looking at all three ideas and seeing what it would look like on paper, because even right now trying to imagine just the streets up there, you know, you're up there, so you're probably more familiar with it, but just to see the boundaries where kids sit now, and even similar to like the presentation we had for the other schools, seeing what would the domino effect be, I think would be good to see.
Dr. Twain.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Yeah, exploring all options, I think, is just good communication to the public and showing due diligence. I also think it would help, you know, clarify the impact of each option so we can make the best decision for our community. I would naturally lean towards an option that is least disruptive to families and the community. But I think given so many question marks in, you know, we have new schools being built, we have repurposing that ultimately we may have to, you know, if boundary changes is something that we're entertaining, I think if we can solve two birds with one at the same time, we should explore that option. But so sorry to give you more work, but I think we should definitely look at those things. Thank you.
Ms. Salas, did you have anything on this? Go ahead.
Yeah, I also think, you know, all three concepts are, I think that we should explore all of them. I know that bridging to another campus is sort of the one we've kind of like discussed the most. To Dr. Sosa's point, I do think that, you know, we should, personally, I wouldn't want to disrupt any students' academics, just because I know that if, you know, there's too big of a school population, then that also means that, and obviously not to say that staff couldn't persevere through that, but I wouldn't want for the bigger school population to mean that kids get less, I don't want to say attention, but just that we're not letting kids fall through the cracks, you know, because there's too many. So that's just something I would like to consider more. As to boundary changes, that would be like how we were doing with, what was the other school? How we were trying to figure out with, with OV, right? Is that sort of how we would handle it, that sort of reconfiguration?
Yes, exactly. And if I could refer you to the Fremont and Batty example, where we actually had the two purple colored campuses. I'm trying to find the slide, but there was an example where on slide 31 of your handout, it's similar to where we're changing the boundaries there. And what we're doing there is to be able to shift students, but this impact, there's no one who lives there. So by changing the boundary, it's very easy to propose something like that. And again, this proposal, the boundary change that we would be looking at would be something akin to moving half of the small Batty current boundary, moving half of them up and impacting another school, and taking students from that school and moving them to another school. So there's, again, those are the dominoes that we're talking about, and they become, they parlay into one another, because then we're looking at major arterials, again, crossing major streets. Van Buren is a huge street, and so we were talking about MLK and University earlier, and Van Buren is, I've walked across it many times because I used to live in Dr. NHA's neighborhood, and very, very busy street for students to have to cross to go to school. So that's why if we did bridging or if we did boundaries, transportation would be required. And again, we've been collaborating with Mr. Parisi and Transportation Department on the impacts, and there are significant transportation impacts to this boundary change, because many of the students now would be outside of their walking distance, and so transportation would have to be augmented to make that happen. And again, I don't know if there's anything you wanted to add, Mr. Parisi, to that. I know you've looked at it.
Yeah, we're looking at about, and just to throw numbers as far as dollars go, runs anywhere to about $125,000 to $140,000 per bus per location. So if we're moving students from one boundary location from one school to another, and then that then trickles into another school that then has to move students out of that school into another, and now we're busing those. We're not just busing that first bunch of students that are moving into that particular school. It's going to continue on down the chain, so it'll be multiple number of bus routes.
Anything else, Ms. Salas?
Yeah, thank you, both of you. Yeah, so then what I would be concerned with the boundary changes and the bridging then would be that if we have that domino effect that has been mentioned, then again, that would impact the other schools. What I would be curious actually to hear would be, I know we have talked about like community input on the matter. Maybe what we could also emphasize would be with the contractors, those discussions, we could mention those to the community that we already have, and then that as well, if we already have like new people coming in, then we could alert them ahead of time before they make their decisions or etc. But I do think community input would be helpful as long as we do a very extensive and transparent, if we do it in a transparent way, because I think as many details as we can get to the community would be helpful in terms of their guiding input. So, but I do like these three options that we have, and thank you so much for your work so far on this.
It's our pleasure. I think as a very astute comment is that if we, with the board's agreement, if we were to come up with some concepts and then maybe have a community dialogue to be able to do just like you said, I think your comment, like I said, very astute. What was the word that you used? Illuminating. So I think it was well placed, because I think that that's an opportunity for us to enlightening. Thank you. that I think that it would actually give us an opportunity to really engage with the community and see what their interests are and see what they think is the best option. And then again, because each of them have different ramifications, we can go deeper and then we'll bring back that information to the board. So with the board's concurrence, you're not finished with your communications, but I'll wait till you're done and make sure I hear what the next steps are.
Ms. Salas, do you have anything further? Okay, perfect, thank you. So I'll be brief because I think you have the direction you need. Pretty much all the trustees agree on kind of further developing the 3 conceptual ideas presented. And Ms. Salas really kind of took my my thoughts on, I think we just, on community input. I think we follow the best practice that we did with Ophir Elementary. I think you further develop these 3 conceptual ideas into like what does that actually mean? What would the boundaries potentially look like? What would bridging to another campus, what would those campuses be? So that the community can kind of weigh all of those options and weigh in and give us some input. So when we get further down the line, we can make a good decision. The benefit of this situation, I realize it's the first time we've talked about it, but we do have options, right? We have a great school at Twain that we're able to handle the current capacity. We have 5 acres that we purchased next door that we could expand to if we wanted. And we have surrounding schools with kind of similar offerings that are not at capacity. So I'm glad that we have those options. Some additional options I'd like to potentially look at and explore is, could you do like a K3, 4, 6 campus with an additional 5 acres next door? I realize that it has an expense to it and it's expensive. I just think that the bridging, to me, that's my least favorite because, as Mr. Kinnear pointed out, like you're going to have families moving in and out of that community, not buying new homes, buying existing homes, renting existing homes. And I think to be able to communicate the consequences of that is going to be really difficult, and you're going to have a lot of upset parents when they come to register their kid thinking their kid's going to Twain and they're not. I'm kind of more partial to the boundary idea at this point, but of course I want to hear what the community says before we make a final decision. But great idea, Ms. Salas. I think community input is the way to go on this.
Terrific.
Anybody have anything further? All right, so staff, you have enough on this one. We can proceed. All right, so that concludes at least our study session. Thank you, board, for your patience. I know it was a little bit longer, I think, than we anticipated. Thank you, staff, for preparing this meeting. We do have public input, and all of our members of the public have been very patiently waiting for 4 hours to speak. But we will we'll get to that now. So I'll just go in the order in which the cards are received. I think I have 5 cards, so each of you will get your 3 minutes. We'll start with Sandy R., followed by Ms. Tribble, Shirley Tribble, followed by Joshua Zonker, Rich Davis, and then Colette Lee.
So like we said, this 3 minutes to speak on all these topics is ridiculous. I heard 3 of you parrot the phrase, holding us hostage. Who's holding you hostage? I want to know. 3 of you repeated the same phrase. It sounds like the evening news. So what does that mean exactly? I'd like clarification. Why spend the money on a temporary solution? Now you want to spend money on the STEM campus that you say is not going to work. Yet you pushed for this issue. And when I say you, I'm talking to you, Mr. Lee. You're the only existing board member who's been here from the start. The other 2, I sat with you, Mr. Tweed, Dr. Tweed, while you said at the meeting, oh, this decision was made before me. And I said, no, you voted to push this project forward. You could have voted with the other 2 board members to end it, but you chose to move it forward. And you told that to the community, so I don't think that's very truthful. I'm having to stand on my tiptoes here to reach the microphone. Ms. Salas, I want to thank you so much for your comments. I think next election you should challenge Dr. Tweed for his seat. I think you would get a tremendous amount of support. Another thing I want to talk about is Dr. Noemi said she doesn't know why STEM is so successful. Let me tell you, STEM is the equivalent of a private school. a free private school. It has the academic rigor that the parents are wanting. They're not sending the kids there for the buildings. Only 10% of the kids that go to STEM actually live in the neighborhood. The majority of the students are either UCR professors' kids or come from outside the area. They're not coming there for the buildings. They're coming there for the rigor, for professors like the professor that comes to your meetings. That's what they want. So if you don't understand that, then that's pretty sad, because you should understand that it's for the rigor. And yeah, we would love if you modeled that rigor in all your other schools. Parents would love that, but you don't. And you say you want to offer STEM at all your schools, but you don't. My kids at Arlington, you have biomedical. You don't have engineering. You don't have all the other STEM fields. So again, you want to say you want to offer it, but you don't. So let's be realistic here. Other issues that I saw with some of these presentations, we looked at the slides and none of them actually said what the school capacities were. So when we're seeing the numbers, what does that tell me? Can the school accommodate 600, 700, 800? How full, how empty are they? That needs to be included as part of the presentation. Another thing to consider with STEM is that your attendance actually drops as the kids get older. You don't have as many seniors staying at STEM, so you need to look at why you're losing kids there. You said in your Measure O thing, every school would be touched. I went through this list. 15 schools saw not one dime of Measure O money, not one dime. And yet you want to continue to plan to improve STEM when you have schools that didn't get touched. Lake Matthews has been needing kindergarten classrooms since my kid was in kindergarten, and he graduated already.
Thank you.
Down, too short. Okay, my time's starting now. Yeah. A couple of issues that I wanted to bring up. One was safety that was brought up. I don't know, Mr. Williams, if you checked the locations of like on the East Side Elementary School or any of our schools. If you look at the properties around those schools, you need to check how many homes are where pedophiles live. I happen to be looking up some property that I have, and I was shocked. Every other street, or every 2 or 3 streets, they are pedophiles that live at there. If you don't check, you don't know. And we're asking now kids to walk to school that are going to be walking right by these homes. I checked it out myself. And those people that are there, some of them live in halfway homes. And if you don't know they're there, and if you don't check, because they will let you know who are in these homes. And we need to check on that, especially on the East Side Community School. I can guarantee you that within every 4 to 5 schools, you will find some. The next issue, so safety is, of course, as I've stated before, even with our East Side Elementary School, with the continuation school being there, and finding out that there's an issue with pedophiles in the school area. And we are having kids walk by these homes. The other issue is, of course, with the STEM school. Again, we're approaching that. I have problems with the contract with UCR. I think that by creating the STEM schools, you have developed a class of elite students who are discriminating. We're discriminating. You're discriminating our children in these schools. You're providing a school that these students will be able to continue in college. With the way our system, our government is now, a lot of our students that are in our high schools now will not be able to go into any, if possible, colleges because of their race and their ability of not being able to pay. So let's get realistic here. We're providing a elite school. And the other thing, just was mentioned before, we want guarantee that if this STEM school is, that the students must live in our district. We will not provide any other. Thank you, dear. Oops.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Tribble. Mr. Zonker, then Mr. Davis, and then Colette Lee.
Hi, just a few comments on the STEM, and they're kind of scattered. I can stray out when I don't have my paper printed in front of me, but I did want to make a comment on the lease agreement. I would like if we just acknowledge that there is a third option, that maybe we don't trust UCR, that's fair, but it can be, the lease can be renegotiated, the lease can be renewed, and people that are in support of this project would believe that that would be the hope. So I think that's relevant. You could still not trust that, but I do think that's relevant to the discussion. I also want us to keep in mind UCR is not a person. It is a giant bureaucratic entity just like RUSD, and I think some of the clunkiness and things that look weird are just speculation on two giant organizations trying to communicate over a project. The last few years I've probably worked with more UCR professors and staff collaborating with how we can get things going at STEM, at other schools as well, probably more than anybody in recent years. And there are a lot of professors, a lot of staff that want to pour into STEM, to the entire community and region. So just keep that in mind. I appreciate the calls for urgency, and I feel like those are actually being answered. There is a big difference between demoing Hyatt Elementary and building a brand new school and having functioning air conditioners. There's a big difference between state-of-the-art lab facilities and not having Hyatt Hawks on our elementary floor, which we do not anymore, and we appreciate those things. So I'd hate for us to get caught up in this wave of urgency and say we need to decide something now. This is a very complex, over a decade-long project, and I love what Mr. Lee talked about, keeping an option. That's probably, there's so many things that have to come together for that to happen, but we should explore options and take our time to have an in-depth understanding of why the school is successful and how we can build on its success. I do agree. I think we'd actually lose, our high school does work with our middle school quite a bit, and I think we would lose something if they were split up. I do think that there is something that's perhaps greater that can be gained. I don't want us to lose sight of the proximity to UCR that does give things that we cannot replicate at other schools. UCR is a research university. I've attended ISEF several years of the past few, and that is the epitome of science achievement, the International Science and Engineering Fair, and I can tell you almost all of those kids have professor mentors. A large majority of them are inside research labs using research equipment that we cannot buy for all of our schools. So that is something that cannot be replicated. I know it wouldn't be approved by UCR or probably us, but I'd say let's move all our high school portables over to UCR and have a proof of concept, because it really isn't the building more than the programming and what we can accomplish there. And there's a lot of reasons. Time is up. There are a lot of reasons why STEM is successful, and I'm boots on the ground. If anybody wants to talk to me about that, I would be happy to. All right, sorry. There we go. Sorry about that. My mic's working now. Mr. Davis, welcome back.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm a little confused on the terminology hold hostage. I don't know what that came from. It seems to me, listening to board members today, that Brent Lee is the one that's holding hostage the STEM Academy from future modernization. What was a controversy just locally in our community has now branched out to a state level, including a state audit. And I don't think the Regents is going to appreciate that being held over them as they make a decision about moving this project forward. I have been asked on several occasions to meet with STEM parents, and I'm always glad to meet with them. I find it very enlightening. But my conversations with them, they do not want their high school students moved to another campus. They don't want their school moved, the entire school moved to a different site. They want to stay at where they are now, and they want to keep their small community. That what has been voiced to me. I don't know what you're hearing, but that's what has been communicated to me. It's obvious with this facility plan, another bond measure is necessary. Your board predecessors did an incredible job educating the community all about crafty and misleading bond language. In the current court lawsuit, you may win the appeal. In the court of public, you may win the court decision, but in the court of public opinion, you are losing. You have lost the trust of taxpayers, and you have done nothing to gain their trust in the past 10 years. In fact, you flamed the fire by continuing to push the STEM project forward. And now what you're saying to us is you want $80 million to renovate the STEM Academy. I was the first fourth grade class at Hyatt School. I know the footprint up there. It's very small. It needs to be renovated. We're in full support of that. But now you want $80 million for that, another $130 million to build a STEM center. When the bond measure is only maybe $40 million, you want the taxpayers to spend the majority of our bond money to build a STEM, to apply towards STEM. It's not going to go. It's not going to go, Brent, and you know that. So not only are you hurting the STEM Academy from being renovated, you're going to punish 40,000 students and their families by having the bond fail. Is that right? Is that fair? Because you want to push your agenda. That's very sad.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you all so much for taking the time to share all of this information with the community. It's so important. Thank you so, so much. I just want to say, I have been involved in RUSD for many, many years, and I want to give you a little bit of the history involved with the STEM Academy. Back in 2008, Dean Tom Baldwin stayed at our home for 2 months. He was the dean of CNAS, College of Natural, Agricultural, and Sciences. He's the one that came up with the idea of having the STEM Academy. We are the ones that worked to start the science lecture series at UCR for RUSD, where the teachers got college credit for continuing ed, and all the students of RUSD were invited to come and hear the professors talk during the science lecture series. So they've always had a long-term relationship with UCR. Why was this brought up, that there should be a campus at UCR? It was brought up because who do you think are the most intelligent people in our community?
You gotta stay at the dais, please.
The academics at UCR are willing to assist our children to learn at the highest level, to be the greatest human beings that can serve mankind. I think it's appropriate to have a campus at UCR. Do you need to maybe discuss the contract with UCR? Yes. Should we have had the politician who brought this up to Sacramento with all the misinformation? Absolutely not. It's such a shame. We need to talk to UCR, but there needs to be a time frame to it. There needs to be a time frame of 6 months to a year that you try and get an agreement that's going to work for our community, that's going to be best financially for all aspects of our community. This is all about our children. This is about our kids. We want to give them the ability to be at a research facility, and that's what UCR is. I was a trustee at UCR for 15 years. I know the campus. I know many of the professors. They want to be involved. The reason why they wanted on the UCR campus was so the professors could walk across and be with the children. That's what they want to do. Do we want to raise our community up? Do we want to raise our community up? Absolutely. The fact that people were unkind tonight, I'm very sad, because we all need to work together for the betterment of our community. So I really appreciate it. And I must say, the young lady who's now sitting on the board, you are amazing. And people like you will raise our world up, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That concludes public input for this evening. Appreciate everybody coming out, being patient, and giving us your comments. So that'll bring us to the board meeting conclusion. I'll ask my colleagues if there's any specific items they would like to request for future agendas. All right, not seeing any. Our next regular meeting of the Board of Education is for Thursday, September 5th, 2025. Thanks everyone for being here tonight, and we'll see you on the 25th.